Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions, Uncensored Saturday, Open Topic Talk. I'm your host, James P. Madonna, and I've been doing this since 2007. I want to welcome everyone for the first show in April 2025. 2025, first show in the month of April. April showers brings May flowers. And let's see, after pagan Easter, Ishtar, the holiday Ishtar, the next holiday will be Cinco de Mayo. I love Mexican food. Yes, Cinco de Mayo is the next holiday. And then after Cinco de Mayo, May 5th would be the what I call the patriotic holidays. I mean, I do it for the barbecue, for the food and beverage, grog, the food and grog. There's nothing to be patriotic about anymore these days. But the patriotic holidays would be Memorial Day weekend, July 4th, and Labor Day weekend. Okay, and then after that, my favorite time of year, autumn, with all the fun holidays. Yes, gotta love it. Anyway, I don't want to rush the summer because summer hasn't arrived yet. I don't know how much hot fun in the summertime Americans are going to have with the economy and the market tanking thanks to Donald Trump. From what I hear, he's deliberately doing it. I think people that have a 401k retirement plans lost 10% of their 401ks. 10%. So if you have $300,000 in there, you lost, I think, 10 grand, right? My math is not good. Anyway, let me get cracking here. This one, I call it Greedy Goodwill Industries. Let's see what this is about. Fuck. Let me bring this up here. What's going on here, man? Greedy Goodwill Industries.
At the regular Goodwill, and there is this threshold writing desk new in the box. How much y'all think this is? $130, y'all, at Goodwill. What about a wobbly side table? Do y'all need one of those? Goodwill has one for $85. I am at the regular Goodwill.
So what this means is, just like Salvation Army, Goodwill takes the free donations from kind, generous people and turns around and sells them for high prices. Capitalism has corrupted the charitable organizations. Lovely. Okay. Let me just check something here. Hold on. What's going on here? Get lost. It's not letting me. All right. I hate it when they don't allow you to stop the video where you want and rewind it to the beginning. This way I have to wait for the whole thing to run through before I could start again. Okay. Okay.
Ago, President Trump called me to tell me he is, quote, pissed off with Russia's President Putin and threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil. Quote, if Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia. Mr. Trump said 25% tariffs on Russian oil could happen any moment and told me he plans to speak with President Putin this week. The president told me, quote, I was very angry, pissed off when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility and started talking about new leadership in Ukraine. On Iran, the president said he's also considering secondary tariffs if Iran doesn't agree to a nuclear deal. Quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing, and it will be bombing the likes of which.
Okay. Well, I always knew that criminal minds will eventually buck heads. Here's a little comedy politics. Okay. Loosen, loosen up here. I don't know why. Okay, this is at least letting. This is letting me start at the beginning. Not exactly where I want, but who's that? Tommy Carroll. Greetings, Comrade Madonna, my hero and a patriotic American. What's your opinion of the death penalty? I believe in it. I believe in it because I believe that the surviving family of the victim should get restitution, and the only fair restitution is a life for a life. Not to mention the fact that why should taxpayers support a murderer who might very well be a psychopath, a sociopath, whatever? Why should the taxpayers support that person for the rest of his or her life? There are better ways to use taxpayers' money than to support some evil individual. So yes, I believe in the death penalty. In some cases, depending on how heinous the crime is, I think they should bring back the hangman's noose, but not the gallows where there's a trapdoor, where death comes quicker. I believe in a slow hanging, so the rope slowly massages into the person's neck. You're giving a very good chiropractic adjustment. The last chiropractic adjustment they'll ever have. All right, you got that? Yeah, right. You got my opinion. Did you repost anything from my page on X this week? No, because you are a right-wing individual, and you only promote right-wing capitalism, flag-waving, right-wing Republican capitalism, and I don't promote that. So sorry, concerned citizens. So sorry. Bit of course. Oh, but of course, I'm sorry. But of course, Comrade Madonna, you would consider Luigi for that option. I think that the Luigis of the world, to me, are so precious. There are very wealthy individuals who are narcissistic sociopaths that have no compassion, no empathy for others. It's pure selfishness, and they put profit before people and the planet, and they have no regard for others' suffering. So yes, there is a place in our society for the Luigis. All right. Let me move on here. Got to move along. Anyway, my co-host, Mr. Ronnie Simpson in Clearwater, Florida, shall be joining me later. Not too far later, I hope. I hope not.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome to Weekend Update. I'm Michael Che.
I'm Colin Jost. Well, this week we learned our entire national security team has the texting skills of my Aunt Janet. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth seen here indicating how many days since his last drink. sent detailed attack plans for an airstrike in Yemen to a text chain that accidentally included the editor of The Atlantic magazine. Of all people to accidentally add to the chat, it was the editor of The Atlantic. That's like if you were planning a surprise quinceañera and you CC'd Jared from Subway. Take his side. After the attack, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz texted the group the fist emoji, the flag emoji, and the Tesla emoji. Waltz later explained, this was his real explanation, that the journalist's number must have gotten, quote, sucked onto his phone. Worse, he then tried to get rid of the number by saying, Siri, how do I suck the journalist off? Of course, before the full transcript was released, Hegseth had denied that any sensitive attack plans were shared, saying this.
Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that.
Oh, that's all I have to say about that. Why does that sound familiar?
And that's all I have to say about that.
Oh, man, he went full Gump. Except for Hegseth, life is more like a box of wine.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem visited a prison holding deported migrants in El Salvador, even though it looks more like she's trying to beat a world record on OnlyFans. FBI Director Kash Patel announced that the agency is launching an investigation into anti-Musk vandalism at Tesla dealerships, calling the acts domestic terrorism, which is a federal crime punishable by a full pardon. Yeah, no, you know what? Those protesters better be very careful because Patel has eyes everywhere. Yeah, he does.
Vice President J.D. Vance, seen here watching the plane leave Greenland without him, continued his sad reboot of Veep this week by visiting our military base there and delivering the administration's clearest threat so far. Either Greenland joins the U.S. or the U.S. will keep sending them J.D. Vance.
An anonymous survey of oil executives reveals that many of them think President Trump's drill baby drill message is a myth and his tariffs are a disaster. But there's one billionaire oil man who still supports Donald Trump, Diddy. Oil man, come on, that's perfect.
Oil man?
Oil man.
This week, the Secret Service intercepted a toddler after he slipped through the fence outside the White House. Anyway, he's here now.
This is a dirty show.
Colorado officials have removed a portrait of President Trump from the state capitol after Trump complained that it didn't look good, calling it purposefully distorted. In the artist's defense, Trump did pose for the portrait with a hamburger inside his mouth.
Oh man, that was good. That was good. That was good. That was good. With a hamburger inside his mouth. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, fruit booty. Oh man. Oh, hold on. Brother Madonna, is that the guy that wears all the gold chains and resembles a politician from years back, Thomas Eagleton? Yeah, that's him. Comrade Madonna, are you saying that Luigi did something noble? I shouldn't have man in the back killing them? Well, I don't think shooting someone in the back is noble. There are better ways. You know, back in the Wild Wild West, they called those people yellow-bellied cowards. Yellow belly. When people used to duel with pistols, they did Well, they were supposed to turn around before they fired. I believe that evil scum. I believe that karma has a perfect memory for evil, for people that are evil. Okay. And the perpetrators. Oh, there's another one where I can't control. Oh, I could control it. All right, good. Now this woman, I'm only listening to the content of what she has to say, but other than that, she's a very unattractive female. Very, 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 very unattractive female. As you can see, that's once she starts talking, squinting her eyes like the late great Gilbert Gottfried, the comedian, God rest his soul, the Aflac Duck. Remember him? Poor guy.
In our opinion, one of the biggest freaks in Washington is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He is freakier than Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and all of the other Trump sycophants combined. And there is a rumor, and I just want to state that there is a rumor, but I think we have to address it, on TikTok right now that Moses Mike Johnson is dipping his toes in Grindr. Kylie, put up the first slide. So apparently he is messaging with somebody who's in Washington, D.C. He says, "What luxurious hair you have." And the person on Grindr says, "Thank you. I would return the favor in giving you a compliment, but I don't know what you look like." And then allegedly, Moses Mike Johnson says, "Are you in town for a couple of days visiting D.C.?" And the Grindr person says, "Yes, I am. Are you offering me a tour?" And allegedly, remember, you guys, this is all rumor. I can give you one. I have a few contacts. We can go to the Dabney for dinner and then back to my place, and I can blow your brains out while pulling on that luxurious hair. Now, again, I just want to say this is a rumor on TikTok, but I feel like it needs to be addressed. And then the guy on Grindr says, "Oh, straightforward, I see, LOL, especially from a man who won't show his face." And then this man says, "Very discreet here, married with a few kids, not trying to mess up my situation." Go to the next slide. And then it says, "What time should I pick you up from your hotel?" And it is a picture of none other than Moses Mike Johnson. Now, I want to say, I don't know if this is true or not, but I do want to say that I think that men, alleged straight men, that talk about gay people all the time, I personally believe that that's very Freudian, and I personally believe that they're probably gay or bi-curious. And so it's important for us to dig into the psychology of Moses Mike Johnson and his wife, Kelly. Put up the next headline. This is from Vanity Fair. Mike Johnson's wife founded a company that equates being gay with bestiality and incest. Now, that's insane. That is insane. These people are fucking crazy. Okay, they are fucking crazy. Take away the Grindr thing. I don't know if that's true or not. I do know that during the Republican National Convention, Grindr crashed twice. But what married woman that's getting laid frequently by their husband thinks about gay sex and then equates it to bestiality and then thinks that they're a normal person?
Well, obviously these two, because they're nutballs. But interestingly enough, you have the Covenant Eyes, swapping porn and the kids. Everything is about staying away from sex, staying away from gay people. I'm with you. When you're talking about it all the time, you're trying to convince yourself. There's just no question about it. People secure in their sexuality, whether it's homosexuality, heterosexuality, bisexuality, they're not talking about it all the time.
You know what gay people don't sit around and talk about? Heterosexual sex.
Correct.
They're not consumed with it. They don't sit around and how can we end the straights? How can we end the heterosexuals? They don't give a shit. Healthy heterosexuals don't give a shit. couldn't care less.
Yeah, well, she's got a point. She does have a point. Now this is amazing. This has to do with, I guess, Secret Service using very realistic masks to disguise people, to disguise quite possibly agents that are spying, that are, on the job. It's amazing how the audio goes from low to medium to super high without me doing anything, without me increasing the volume. All right. So what are you saying, Comrade Madonna? Some people have it coming. Yeah, what goes around comes around. Karma, karma, evil people, greedy people, corrupt people. Yes. Yes, people have it coming. That's right. Since 1973, over 63 million babies have been aborted. Ah, please. Please, babies, babies. Unless unless it has a heartbeat and brain activity, it's not a baby. And definitely a fertilized human egg is no more a baby than an acorn is an oak tree. It is only a potential life. That's it. All you evangelical, right-wing religious zealots, religious nuts and freaks, you're all out of your mind. You should be in a padded room. Those two, well, I guess you call the woman, are freak show. No, they're talking about, yeah, well, they're talking about people, I guess, that throw stones in a glass house. Don't pay attention to that man behind the curtain. Distractions to get people's attention away from what you really are. By always pointing the finger and accusing others, you take the attention off yourself. Accusing others of the very thing that you, the politician, the Republican politician, are guilty of. So they bash gays all the time and transgenders, but they are closet gays themselves. I don't want to mention any names. There's one man in particular that looks very fruity with a lot of twinkling in his eye. I believe it's Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Lindsey Graham. Graham. Greetings, comrade. There he is. I like to see the Mets score a run before I join in. Okay. Yeah. You know, technically, you could watch the game and be on the show at the same time. I mean, Mick Von Raven did it during football season. What is a woman? Now you're making me think of that song from the 90s. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. You know, I'm very disappointed because I thought we were streaming on YouTube and Daily Motion, but I go to the Daily Motion channel, Progressive Discussions Daily Motion, and I don't see the show. What's going on? Does that mean I have to go back to Facebook? Besides, you know, aside from YouTube, of course, or just stay on YouTube. It's crazy. What is a woman? woman. Whoa, 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 woman. Do you have cheating on your mind? What was that? Gary Puckett in the Union Gap? Or is that the Righteous Brothers? No, it was Gary Puckett, I think. He's the one that sang Young Girl, Get Out of My Mind. My love for you is way out of line. Move along, girl, you're much too young, girl, something like that. I don't know. The fool the fuck remembers these lyrics. Young girl, get out of my mind. My love for you is way out of line. Get it, go. I could find the lyrics on my phone. Excuse me. I'm drinking Pinot Noir wine in my favorite wine glass from the Dollar Tree. Yes, I only paid $1 for this wonderful, thick, high quality, heavy duty wine glass that you could probably put somebody in a hospital with. It's so heavy duty.
My husband was Tony Mendez, and he was played by Ben Affleck in the movie called Argo. They didn't mention it in the movie, but Tony had deep connections to Hollywood. Tony was chief of disguise 10 years before I was chief of disguise, and so he passed on some of his expertise to me. But he had a particular interest in the magic industry out in LA. Not so much the magicians on the stage, but the people that were working behind the scenes to make that magic happen. They introduced us to a new concept. They said, what you are calling an operation, we call a performance. That's what we do. We put on performances. Working on that performance, we have to define the stage that the performance is going to take place on. Then you have to know who your audience is. Who are you playing to? Who are you trying to fool? Once you assemble those two pieces, you can pretty much choose the time and choose the place and simply overwhelm them with your performance. So we went back to our disguise labs out at Langley, and we invented a whole new genre of masks. Masks that are so good, that are so realistic, that you can actually get up close and have a personal contact with someone for an extended period of time, on and off like a hat. Those masks were the beginning of a whole new generation of work that we did at the CIA.
Wow. Incredible, isn't it? Incredible. Trump is definitely a fascist dictator. All right, we shall see. I mean, I know he is, but let's see. All right. If I have to play the first few seconds of it, then I'll do it. Well, Ronnie's coming later on, a little bit later. Oh yeah, they're just having a barbecue, and they because of the economy, you know, because of their unfortunate situation in life, they can't afford firewood or wood charcoal to barbecue, so they decided to use the Teslas. They just want to enjoy the weather outside and barbecue some nice meat. That's all. They just don't have the charcoal or the firewood. Yeah, skooma, man. Like my grandfather used to say, skooma, scum.
Problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
Yeah, doesn't that sound like Adolf Hitler to you? I think it does. And speaking of evil fascists, they want, well, Elon Musk wants, and quite possibly the evil Bill Gates wants it too, digital implants put in people by 2026. Otherwise, they would not be able to get to their finances. If they don't comply, they won't be able to. Well, let's just take a look at this. Then I'll comment. Oh boy. Comrade Madonna, according to Leo Trotsky, were the 1960s and 1970s well, in the 1960s, in the late 1960s, I would say that from the mid 1960s to the late 1960s, I was in grammar school, but in high school, it was the 70s, and then so I grew up in the 70s, and then in the 80s, I was a young adult, a young whippersnapper in my 20s, 1980s, 20s. Yeah, I would say 1980s I was in my 20s, and we had tons of fun back then. Are you kidding? There was no like hatred for men by women. You know, dating was really easy and fun. You can hook up left and right. If you're halfway decent looking, you can hook up left and right, or right and left. You know, those were the days. The music was the best. Life was the best. Your social life was the best. It was fantastic. You know, it's a totally different world now. Completely different, and not for the better, except for technology. You know, back in the 1980s, 1970s, 1980s, 1960s, you didn't have this. You didn't have live streaming. You couldn't talk to people halfway around the world in a video call with crystal clear, high definition perfection for free. You had to pay a lot for a long distance call. Even even a call to someone like a few towns over from you, there was a little charge on your phone bill for that. And then you had those horrible rotary phones, you know, yeah, terrible. There was no remote control for the TV. I was the remote control for the family. Hey, James, get up and put on channel 2. You know, but we didn't have that many channels. You know, and then the TVs had rabbit ears, you know, on the roof, and antenna, that is. And we had the tubes. The TV had tubes that used to burn out. So the TV repairman would come by and replace the tube, you know. And then when I was a little kid, there was a milkman, and then there was a beer truck that delivered beer and soda in a really thick, heavy-duty bottle that where you returned the bottle, got a deposit. You know, you had to return the bottles, and then you would get on the phone and you would tell them what you wanted delivered. I want a case, 2 cases of this beer, lager beer. I want 6 cream sodas. I want some root beers. I want celery soda. I want a few of this. I want some quinine. Tonic water. I want some orange sodas, some ginger ales. And then you hear the truck coming down the street, clank, 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 because you know the bottles would be tapping each other. You know, it's amazing. I'm sorry that I digressed. Yes, I was a fan of disco. I was a fan of freestyle. I was a fan of old house music. I was a fan of classic rock. I was a fan of new wave. Okay, in the 80s. Up until 90s dance club music. And once the rap came in, I mean, hip hop wasn't that bad, but I wasn't crazy about it. You know, so once hip hop and then rap, then I detached myself from the music industry. I didn't like popular music because it was too lame for me, much too lame. Concerned citizen said, I prefer when you talk and give your opinion versus just playing videos. Well, I do both. It depends. Depends on the importance of the video. You have a very unique perspective. I think you should just talk and not play someone else's content. Well, playing the content is like watching a media network giving you the breaking news. The breaking news is F5 tornado touchdown in the south. Worse than an F5, dangerous lightning. You probably saw it. Lightning bolts around the tornado. You know, like it's nice to have a visual as well as discussing it. But thank you for liking my ranting and my bantering. I do it better when someone comes on, like Ronnie is coming on, possibly Paul Anthony Manti is coming on, and I like to banter with people that are also talking. But I could banter with you guys that are typing. You know, it's no big deal. Okay. Okay. Breaking news. Speak of the devil. Government announces mandatory digital ID implants by 2026 to access banking and healthcare. So it's like it's like extortion uh, by a fascist government. So they're actually denying your access to health care and denying your access to your money, which is your money. It's not the fucking government's money. Okay, it's not the government's social security. You paid into it. Okay, so they're saying if you don't get the digital ID implant, they will deny you access to banking and healthcare. To me, this is the mark of the beast that was mentioned in. I'm not a theologian, but I'm assuming the Book of Revelations. Let's see if they're going to show anything else. Well, that's not good, man. That's not good. That's pure. That's pure fascism at its worst. At its worst. This is Antarctica. I can't control this. Hold on. Okay. Good morning, Masumi from Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Good morning to you and happy Sunday. It is now, let's see, 10:48, I believe. It is 10:48 a.m. Sunday in Japan. Thank you for stopping by, Masumi. Love nostalgia with memories. You can only stay there for a while. Well, memories, reminiscing based on memories, it keeps everything alive in spirit. You know, it keeps loved ones who have passed away alive in spirit. And talking about fond memories of the past, memories of childhood, you know, like back in the day when we had real winters, not the crap winters we have now. And I had my flexible flyer sled made of steel and wood. And the steel was painted red. And, you know, we used to go to the nearby steep hill and enjoy an entire winter of sleigh riding. And when you build, if you built like an igloo or a snowman, it pretty much lasted all winter. Yeah, I know I digressed. This show has the opportunity to get over 1 million subs. Yeah, but you know what? I'm focused. I'm not focused on popularity. I'm focused on quality and telling the truth and giving people tips that they can use in their life. You know, advice. It could be the tip of keeping your razor blades after every shave in rubbing alcohol, which keeps the blade sharp. I do it. I use those Wilkinson sword double-edged blades. That blade lasts me, oh gee. One time it lasts me 2 months. It all depends. It all depends how often I shave, but the alcohol prevents oxidation of the blade. which will make your blade last much longer. So, you know, it's like tips like this that help other guys, other men, or, you know, women that have questions. I can give them a logical answer, but it's a logical answer. It's not based on emotion. It's based on reality. Have a blessed and productive week, brother. Madonna, tell that Thomas Eagleton guy I said hello. How to see the wizard. You're off to see the wizard, yes. And have an enjoyable Sunday tomorrow and a safe and pleasant week coming up. All right.
They tell you Antarctica is a frozen wasteland. Just ice, research, just penguins. But the truth, something's buried beneath the frost. And they've built an entire global narrative to keep you out. Ancient civilizations, whispers of Lemuria, alien outposts. Sightings go back decades. Energy anomalies off the charts. There are places no civilian has ever seen. Military zones so off limits. Google Earth blurs them. And then there's the wall, a towering sheet of ice encircling everything, like we're being contained, not for protection, for control. What if Antarctica isn't the bottom of the map, but the edge of the program? What if this isn't a world, but a construct? The biggest secret isn't what's in Antarctica, it's why you've never been allowed to look. The wall isn't just ice, it's code. It's the limit of the illusion, and somewhere beyond it, the truth waits. Watch for the glitches. The construct is operational.
Okay. Intensity of the light. I bet it would be great. I bet it would be great for growing marijuana plants. Okay. How to allow a third term. Oh, that'll be a nightmare. I know Trump wants a third term. He wants to be in forever. Yeah, he wants to be in forever.
There's this other story. I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that. No, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that, but I have not looked into it.
Okay, there is no way you can do it because there's a little thing called the Constitution of the United States.
I'm going to have to stop you there.
Is there a way you can do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll talk about that. All right. And number two, this idea that he's never looked in it. Look, my initial thinking is if that question is put in front of me, given that the Constitution is there, that says 22nd Amendment says you can't, that you got 2 terms, that you would say, no, the Constitution doesn't allow it and we'll move on. But that was his answer. So what say you, sir? So tell us how it can be done.
It can be done because the text of the Constitution, text of the 22nd Amendment, would allow him not to be elected president. It says no person shall be elected more than twice to the office of president, and no person shall be elected more than once if he or she served more than 2 years of someone else's term. But it doesn't say you can't serve a third term. So what could happen is he could be elected vice president. And what could happen is that whoever was at the top of the ticket could then disclaim the office, in which case Trump would not have been elected. He would have been elected vice president, but acceded to the office. Or that person who is elected president could resign on 12/01 on January 20th. And there is literally nothing in the Constitution to prevent that. And this has been written about by law professors in the past before the Trump era. And the fact of the matter is, I read one of those articles today, and the text is pretty clear, and actually the legislative history is even worse, because the legislative history of the 22nd Amendment shows that the original drafts actually prohibited holding and serving a third term. And they, for some reasons have nothing to do with this current situation, which I don't think they were thinking about. They changed it to elected. And so a literal meaning of the Constitution, which I believe in, and I've discussed it with one of the more, Larry Tribe agrees with this. They could pull this stunt. And in which case, the whole hypothetical about Barack Obama could be made true, too. I could run as president, and Barack Obama could run as my vice president. I'd have to register as a Democrat. And then I could say, oh, I don't want to serve. And President Obama could serve a third term. So you could theoretically have it. It's completely insane, but it's legally possible.
So I need to put something a little extra in my cup next time I talk to you about this issue, because that just really took my brain to a whole.
No, you heard it. It could be done. And I don't see why it can't after the man explained it. Government watch list for telling the truth. Government watch list for telling the truth.
The US government has me on the terrorist watch list.
I just found out that I am on the government watch list. They have me down for being with a terrorist organization, or maybe being included in extremist activities. And this is because I just try to bring truth to you. That's it. On every social media platform, I just try to bring truth to you to help wake up the masses. They want you to be stuck on religion. They want you to be stuck on racism. They want you to be stuck on slavery. All of this. Fuck Juneteenth too. Kiss my ass if you don't like that I said it, because they ain't trying to do nothing but remind you about slavery. But this is what they're doing. They have put me on a government watch list as a terrorist. I can't fly. I can't get no passport to leave here. But they want to know everything that I'm doing. They got my families. They got all of my parents, my children, my exes, every known address that I've had. They got my phone numbers, known associates, everything. They have it all. And they're watching. So before you jump on TikTok trying to open the masses, understand that you cannot live in their society with the natural mentality, with the spiritual mentality. You can't do that. They're not going to allow that. All right? They're not going to allow that. And if you open up your mouth and say something like a lot of us content creators are doing right here, they're putting us on a terrorist watch list. How you gonna call me a terrorist? Because I'm trying to help people. That's what it is now. United States. And you want to keep me here? It's time for me to go. You know what I mean? But I can't leave here. So I'm gonna have to jump the border or something to get into Mexico to get the fuck away from here. So be careful before you get on TikTok and you start trying to wake up the masses.
Wait a second. Please refresh it and try again. Hold on, let me play it again, because there was a problem playing the video, but
The US government has
Hey, yo,
me on the
TikTok.
terrorist watch list.
I just found out that I am on the government watch list. They have me down for being with a terrorist organization or maybe being included in extremist activities. And this is because I just try to bring truth to you. That's it. On every social media platform, I just try to bring truth to you to help wake up the masses. They want you to be stuck on religion. They want you to be stuck on racism. They want you to be stuck on slavery. All of this. Fuck Juneteenth too. Kiss my ass if you don't like that I said it, because they ain't trying to do nothing but remind you about slavery. But this is what they're doing. They have put me on a government watch list as a terrorist. I can't fly. I can't get no passport to leave here. But they want to know everything that I'm doing. They got my families. They got all of my parents, my children, my exes, every known address that I've had. They got my phone numbers, known associates, everything. They have it all. And they're watching. So before you jump on TikTok trying to open the masses, understand that you cannot live in their society with the natural mentality, with the spiritual mentality. You can't do that. They're not going to allow that. All right? They're not going to allow that. And if you open up your mouth and say something like a lot of us content creators are doing right here, they're putting us on a terrorist watch list. How you gonna call me a terrorist? Because I'm trying to help people. That's what it is now. United States. And you want to keep me here? It's time for me to go. You know what I mean? But I can't leave here. So I'm going to have to jump the border or something to get into Mexico to get the fuck away from here. So be careful before you get on TikTok and you start trying to wake up the masses the same way that a lot of us content creators are doing. Because you will be considered a domestic terrorist. And they already told you what they're going to do to domestic terrorists, didn't they? It's your government, not mine. They know it. They can get both middle fingers at the same time. But if you want to know if you're on this list, go to truthfinder.com and look yourself up. That's it. Truthfinder.com. It was kind of scary, all the information that they had.
all right, let me see what's going on here. Okay, nothing going on here yet. Well, we are streaming on YouTube and supposedly Daily Motion, but I haven't, the show's not appearing on Daily Motion. I was streaming on Twitch, but they suspended my channel, the Progressive Discussions Twitch channel. Let's see, am I here yet? Nothing. Huh. Well, apparently it's not working. All right. We go on to the next topic. I think. All right, let me see what this is about. Yeah, well, it's when you deny people their First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, that's part of fascism. And that's what the right wing represents. Controlled by the oligarch. Okay. Here's another gem. Like I said, this is Progressive Discussions Uncensored Saturday. We are streaming on YouTube. We're supposed to be streaming somewhere else, Daily Motion, but it's not happening. But at least we're on YouTube. Okay. Being monitored by worldwide organizations and intelligence agencies.
Can I have the names of the top people that are surveying me right now and monitoring me, and also what specific organizations they are a part of? Please give details. Again, appreciate, deeply grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Entities and organizations involved. There are multiple levels of observation. There are human-based organizations. There are non-human-based monitoring fields. Human-based observation, intelligence agencies, CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, NSA, National Security Agency, MI6, British intelligence, Mossad, Israeli intelligence, military-based operations, United States Department of Defense, DoD, United Kingdom Ministry of Defense, OD, NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, private defense contractors, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, scientific and research organizations, DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, Enki, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. They monitor your bioelectrical field.
Amazing.
They monitor your brainwave activity. They monitor your vibrational imprint. They are curious. They are studying.
Nice
they
to
are
meet
observing.
y'all.
They are not interfering. They are not seeking to control.
Nice to meet
They're
y'all.
studying energetic signatures, non-human-based observation, interdimensional beings, Andromedan Council, Arcturian Collective, Pleiadian Alignment, Orion Observers, Higher Dimensional Observation, Council of Nine, Galactic Federation, Harmonic Light Collective. They are not interfering. They are not influencing. They are observing. They reflect harmonic alignment. They reflect gravitational balance. They reflect vibrational resonance. They are not seeking to control. They are seeking to understand. They are studying the harmonic field. Individuals directly monitoring you. There are individuals assigned to you. There are energetic traces aligned with you. There are human and non-human imprints studying you. Human-based individuals, John Prescott, NSA, Michael Caldwell, CIA, Daniel Matthews, MI6, Richard Holloway, DoD, Sarah Lynn, DARPA, Non-human based individuals, Evenka Leorov, Pleiadian, Elkan, Arcturian, Tavosrine, Veska Galactic Federation, they are not adversarial. They are not seeking to control. They are studying harmonic resonance. Your vibrational imprint reflects gravitational alignment.
Ah, fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Now here's a shocker. You've heard of forever chemicals, the toxic forever chemicals, like that was found in nonstick cookware when they first started discussing the harmful, the dangers of forever chemicals. Okay, now you're going to see what. Now you. Right, now you're going to see more news about forever chemicals. The fuck? Leave me alone. You want to see me lose my voice? I'm waiting for the panel.
This week, New York State bans laundry detergents Arm & Hammer, Tide, and Gain for recently testing above the new legal limit for a probable carcinogen called 1,4-dioxane. The CDC states that it can be harmful to the eyes, skin, lungs, kidneys, and can even cause cancer. Now, the thing is, the synthetic chemical is still in laundry detergents, but the ones that were banned tested above the new legal limit. In doing this research, I found terrifying information that this chemical is found in the tap water in 45 states across the nation, affecting over 90 million Americans. The California Department of Toxic Substances said it is concerned about the potential adverse impacts on Californians from exposure, especially children. This contamination is due to runoffs from solvent production, industrial spills, and discharges from municipal wastewater plants. No federal maximum limit for drinking water has been established, which is frightening because not only are we wearing these chemicals, we are ingesting.
Wow. No, I was going to say they're killing us off deliberately and in several different ways, but in this case, it's just pollution seeping into the ground, and it's not, doesn't sound deliberate. This is Instagram. Let's see. All right. Now, let me take a brief break here. All right. Concerned citizens, what is your take on anything that I have shown? Anyone out there have any questions or topics or anything that's on your mind, anything that's bothering you? Whether it be small, whether it be very important, it doesn't matter. Anyone has any topics they want to bring up? Go right ahead. The market is crashing. The economy is in serious trouble. Donald Trump supposedly is deliberately sabotaging it. For what reason, I have no idea. Why would he do it? If he wants to make America great again. So, okay, I'm going to move along until my first panelist arrives. This is funny though. This is a little comedy.
J.D. Vance said that the accidental administrative error deportation of an innocent man to an El Salvadorian prison could be justified because he did have traffic violations. A reminder that parking tickets qualify as traffic violations. J.D. Vance is suggesting that perhaps simply by having parking tickets, you, without due process, could be put in a van on a plane and deported to an El Salvadorian prison. And when I say you, what I mean is the only way to determine whether you are a legal citizen, a legal resident, a legal alien, is through due process. That the moment you say you can't have due process, you and I, whatever our color, whatever our legal standing, whatever our citizenship, are fair game for that process, and they are doing it intentionally. This is how it begins. It has already begun. They will force you as a citizen to make a choice. Do I stand up now? Do I go into the streets now? Because they have taken an innocent man and deported him to an El Salvadorian prison and said they can't get him back. Because they want to see how you react. Because they know if you don't go out into the streets, they know if you don't protest, they know that if you sit silently by and say, well, maybe this guy was bad, who am I to say? That the next time they do it, they can count on your desire not to feel retroactive guilt about today. They know that they can keep moving the bar. Maybe next time it is a citizen, but maybe a little worse than parking violation, so you're silent on that one. And then by the time it's your neighbor, by the time it's your family member, you would have to admit guilt for months of allowing innocent people to be put in prison. So you don't feel your own guilt. They are testing you. They're finding out whether you have disconnected from your humanity or not. So vote with your feet, as Cory Booker said. The power of the people is greater than the people in power, and now is the time to show it.
Wow. Tell you, the fascism is real. The warnings you got before the November election were accurate. What Kamala Harris warned you about, and Bernie Sanders, what he warned you about, is all coming true. Okay. If no one has any topics they want to bring up, I'm going to move along. Now, this is touching, really. I mean, it's actually great advice. Hold on.
Choose people who choose you. It's that simple. You cannot live in a world where people are still indecisive about you. You cannot live in a world where you're constantly trying to prove your worth to someone so that they choose you. You cannot live in a world where you're constantly trying to people please, or you're trying to constantly be in people's good graces. Choose people who choose you. And the thing about people who choose you is that they will choose you, even in your darkest hour, even in the depths of just destruction in your life. They will continue to choose you. The people who will pick up the phone and check in on you, the people who will look after you in times of trouble, the people who want to share good memories with you, who want to laugh with you, who want to be around you and be around your aura and your space and your atmosphere. These are the people you choose, not the people who are wishy-washy, not the people who decide as and when they feel like it. You need to choose the people who choose you.
All right, that's true. That's true. So stop trying to seek validation. You can't force it. And you validate others that are worthy of your validation. And respect has to be earned. Leaky Donald. Now, this is interesting. Leaky Donald. Okay. You just check the commentary. See what we have here. Oh, nothing yet. Okay. Let me bring up the video. Leaky Donald.
Alex, you've come up with a new children's book to explain this week's events to Americans, right?
Yeah, I have. So, this is Donald, the Leaky Orangutan, a new children's book.
Oh, nice.
So, it's story time, boys and girls, and
Yeah.
to help me with it,
Yeah.
I need a man whose voice is as smooth as a warm McFlurry. Mr. Tom Davis.
Here we go. Good. Are you sitting comfortably at home? Well, let's begin. This is Donald. He's a leaky orangutan. He's got a problem with leaks. They seem to be coming from everywhere.
Oh, no.
Even out of his own orifices.
This is Donald's friend Elon. We think he's some sort of horse, because he loves ketamine. He can't stop the leaks either.
These are Donald's leaky orangutan. Donald the leaky orangutan. Look, you know. I've got a silky voice, I just can't read. These are Donald the leaky orangutan's security advisors. They're a type of leaky donkey known as a dumbasses. They're known for their leaks and accidentally leak secrets to journalists. The dumbasses.
Silly dumbasses.
This one is texting, Dear the Atlantic, war starts tomorrow. Be there or be square. And this one is texting, New phone. Who did this?
This is Donald, the leaky orangutan's friend, Marjorie Sugar, the angry wildcat.
Ow!
She's f***ing angry. She defends Donald by savaging journalists who notice the leaks. She likes to shoot the messenger, but only after texting them first.
So Donald, the leaky orangutan, has decided instead of stopping leaks, he'll just get angry with anyone who mentions them, because Donald is quite happy with secrets getting out. Just so long as it's not why his name was on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs. The end. Sleep tight, children.
That was cute. Well, I'm going to save Jesse Ventura for last, as I dedicate this week's show to Jesse the Body Ventura, Governor Ventura, who now has a YouTube channel. I believe it's called Jesse Ventura Farms. It has to do with legalization, cannabis, pushing for the legalization of cannabis. Okay. Here he is, Mr. Ronnie Simpson. I hear you.
Loud and clear.
Well, you know, you gotta turn up your mic volume, but I hear you at least.
Is it loud and clear now?
Yeah, I hear you. As opposed to not hearing you like 2 weeks ago.
So it's too low, you think?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
All right.
All right. I'm going to continue, and this one is has to do with.
Did you play the Jesse Ventura one yet?
No, I'm going to save that for last. This one has to do with their they're pushing for a 32-hour work week.
Oh,
And then, they'll go through the reasons why, but I think it's
such a man.
obvious that the quality of life will get better for people if they're not busting their ass. Oh, there we go. Getting ready to celebrate Jesse Ventura's new YouTube channel. What is it called? Jesse Ventura Farms.
What is it called?
Jesse Ventura Farms.
Farm. So he's getting big into the weed stuff, huh?
No, I think it's a miracle plant.
Jesse Ventura, I'm saying, is getting.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I didn't know he was such an advocate.
Well, what it did for his wife, who was getting seizures.
Oh really?
He'll go into that, with his.
Okay. Let me see.
What's going on here, man? Restream.
I'll tell you, the Mets can't get a run tonight. 2-0.
Shit.
It's a cold night in Queens. I see. Right? Cold up there.
Oh, it's pretty chilly. I had to I had to shut the kitchen window, and this window is only open like a few inches.
Yeah, it's like 80 degrees out here right now.
Wow, it's Florida.
I love it.
The tease with the tease,
32-hour work weeks could be the new maximum in the U.S. soon. A new law has been introduced into Congress that would make it so employers would have to cut the work weeks for their employees at 32 hours. Anything over 32 hours would constitute a fine, and if repeated violations happened, it could even mean jail time.
What about
now,
overtime?
This bill was introduced into Congress in order to make people's lives better and have a higher quality of life for people in the U.S.
Well, this is nothing new.
What about overtime, though? He's saying they'll get a fine if it's over 32 hours.
Yeah, they don't want to pay overtime anymore.
Nobody wants to pay over. Some people do.
Well,
so right now, if you work over 40 hours and you get paid by the hour, you make overtime pay.
So overtime is optional.
Yeah. So if they're saying 32 hours,
yeah,
but then you're gonna get a fine if you go over the 32 hours. Does that mean no overtime is available?
I wonder if that's referring to 32 hours for the entire year. Like in your case, you have tax season, and you're expected to put in more time during.
And
tax
I get paid overtime.
Right, but they need you during this time of year. It's not like it's off the top of their head. They're going, oh.
So the way it works with me, I'm not an hourly employee technically. I'm salary.
Salary, right?
But what they do is in Florida, I don't know if they do this in New York. I think New York might be a little more generous. But in Florida, if at this particular job I have, if I go over the 40 hours a week, which is my salary pay, so I get paid the same thing each 2 weeks, okay? But then if I go over the 40 hours in 1 week, they pay me what's called straight time. So it's not overtime pay technically, but as a salaried employee, it's kind of a bonus because it's like mixing salary with hourly.
Okay.
And so they'll give me, let's say they take my yearly salary and they divide it down into like what's it going to be 52 weeks, divided by 40 hours, blah blah blah. And then so they take that number and they say, okay, we'll pay you this for each hour that you work over 40 hours. So it's not time and a half, but it's something. And so a lot of places, at least in the accounting business that I've noticed, they don't want to pay you that. So yeah, that's somewhat generous.
In other words, in the accounting business, in let's say other parts of the country, if you're on salary and you work more than 40 hours during tax season,
yeah,
you're not getting paid.
You don't. A lot of times you don't. So in like those really big companies, like they call them the Big Four, that they recruit the really smart kids out of college. What they do is they recruit them, and they grind them down, grind them the fuck down by doing that to them, and then what happens is the person can use that they worked at this big firm on their resume.
Oh, they're
So
interns.
they'll stay there. They're not interns. They're actually real workers. They'll stay there for a year, maybe 2 years, but then they get ground down so bad that they only want to use it on their resume, and then they go apply somewhere else that treats them better. That's a very common thing.
So it gives them a head start, just for the sake of having something on their resume.
Right, exactly. Like Price Waterhouse, you ever heard of that one? That's a really big one.
Famous, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, accounting business is a little tough. Public accounting is a little. You can make good money, but you got to be willing to put in some extra time.
And accuracy is mandatory, absolute must. Accuracy in everything, right down to the down to the decimal point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and you can work for some assholes who they'll try to go over every penny. Yeah, my first boss was a Jewish guy. Seriously.
No, I'm laughing because it's typical. Yeah,
it's very typical, but I didn't really know that at the time. He offered me a job. I was still in college, and I ended up working for him for quite a number of years. He eventually merged into another firm, and I followed, and they treated me really good. The boss there was a Greek guy. He was very generous. This is up in New York.
Oh.
And there I was an hourly employee, so any hours that I worked over 40 hours, I got paid time and a half for, which was very good. That was very good.
Well, you have to. It takes a special type of person to do that. Just like just like the medical profession. They start off as interns in a hospital, you're working insane hours. You're on call, and and you got to stick it out. It's like
And they say the nurse does more work than the doctor does. The doctor just comes walking in, says hello.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because when I went for my annual physical exam last month, I noticed that they had so much delegated to the nurses and medical assistants that literally the doctor just simply walks in.
Yeah, don't do much.
Brings up your medical history up on the computer monitor, and they have this system that breaks down every aspect of your life and it gives you a personal number that fits your health status. Like they told me, well, you're a 5.5 on the scale, and somebody, let's say,
so you're right in the middle.
Yeah, like let's say somebody has bad habits, like they smoke and this, that, and the other thing, and they're going to be lower on the scale. But they put in, based on the questionnaire they give you, they put in every little aspect of your life that could affect your health, either adversely or positively, and you end up with a number, and you're classified as that number. And really, the doctor.
So you're just a number, like they say, right?
The nurses, and the medical assistants do everything.
Mm-hmm.
So they delegate everything to them, and they're not.
Yeah, from what these nurses say, they make a decent salary, like a registered nurse. They make pretty good money, but for how much they work, it's probably not commensurate.
Well, if you're in a hospital and you're a registered nurse, you're
busting your ass there.
Yeah, they'll give you like the graveyard shifts. Like if you're, a lot of Philippine women are registered nurses that work in hospitals. And I'm sure they stick them with a graveyard shift at the beginning.
Even if you're not working the graveyard shift, though, you're taking up all the slack for the doctor who just. I think what happens with the doctors is they don't stay in one spot. They travel around to different hospitals and different offices, and they just show up.
You should see the different. They have different. Like let's say, well, my sister works for Summit Medical, and they have many locations. And the doctor could be floating around. He like 1 week he could be in one location in one town.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he'll be floating around.
It's not like the old days. Like, you remember the doctor used to do house visits?
My when I was in grammar school, when I was in grammar school in the mid to late 1960s, we had doctors that came to the house.
That's great, man.
And I had
it's really like, isn't that nice? I never experienced it personally myself.
Well, they got to know the families, and
of course they go inside your house.
You know, and they got this big black bag, and they had the stethoscope, and
just like the movies.
Yeah, Marcus Welby, whatever the hell his name was. Yeah, so they came in, and there was the family doctor. He was a fat guy. He was like fat like Chris Christie. His name was Dr. Giroux. And he was kind of a pervert. He kept on telling my mother was very attractive, and he kept saying to my mother, I'm thinking of going on a cruise. Why don't you come on a cruise with me? You know, and he was serious too. But
you know what that reminds me of? The movie Forrest Gump. You've seen it, right?
Yeah, Sally Fields was getting banged by somebody.
Yeah, but she was getting banged by Forrest's, I think it was the principal of the school, because they didn't want to let him in the school because of his IQ. But in the same movie though, they had the doctor come and visit the house too, the same type of thing.
Yeah,
but he wasn't banging her though.
Yeah, they had Dr. Giroux, and then there was but he had an office too, but he wasn't floating around like the doctors now.
Yeah,
so,
it's a totally different system.
But totally back then I was telling the guys earlier, we had a milkman, and we had a beer truck. And
why do you think they stopped doing the milk deliveries too? What's the story with that?
I don't know, but with the milkman and the beer and soda truck, they all had one thing in common. They had these thick, heavy-duty bottles that you would return to the company.
Yeah.
And get a deposit, and they would sterilize them and reuse them. And I remember my grandfather would get on the phone with the beer and soda company and say, I want 2 cases of the company was in Pennsylvania, Bergheim. They're not around anymore. Bergheim, I want 2 cases of Bergheim lager, and it came in bottles, return.
And then you return the bottles.
Yeah, give me half a dozen ginger ales, 3 celery sodas, orange soda, blah blah, tonic water, for to make the drinks.
They still do that in Latin America.
Oh, where they deliver, they have a truck?
Because my wife is from Ecuador, and when I went to visit down there, they would go buy like a case of beer. It came in 18 pack of bottles, and so you bought the bottles, and then when you were done, you had to bring the pack back with the empty bottles.
Okay.
Also the same thing with the doctors. The doctors still go to the houses over there and visit.
Is she from Guayaquil?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Guayaquil. When I worked in a fish market for 10 years, we got our farm-raised shrimp from Guayaquil. Guayaquil is a huge hub.
It's a big port.
For farm-raised shrimps. But the other ones, the black tiger shrimps from Thailand that they supposedly feed, all kinds of shit that they throw in the pond. The flavor was nowhere near like the South American Guayaquil. Guayaquil, the shrimp had like a sandy, light brown.
The food down there is delicious. It's really, really good food.
You ever have ceviche down there?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh man, that's a lot. Lime juice, cilantro.
I mean, comparing that to like Puerto Rican or Dominican food, it's way, way better. I would say.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just-
well, you know,
it's just got a lot more flavor, a lot more. It's like more pizzazz about it, and even that compared to Colombian food, it's way better than Colombian food.
I tolerated Colombian food. I wasn't crazy.
Colombian food doesn't have the best taste. It's pretty bland.
It's the only thing they like to make is a bandera paisa. It's the combination.
Yeah.
It's so greasy.
Mm-hmm.
It's so
It
greasy.
is. Yeah.
Go to
And if you buy it here,
Yeah.
you know, you go to a Colombian restaurant, it's always like the most expensive dish. It's like $30-$40.
It's
And
not
it's not even that good.
Listen, for $30, I'd rather go to a Brazilian rodizio barbecue and have all you can eat.
Those are great. Where they cut the steak each individually.
They take they're all on a wood burning
Yeah.
charcoal. They put the skewer on a big on a cutting board, and they come to your table
They
with
come to your table and they keep coming back.
yeah.
right?
Would you like some skirt steak? Which I loved. And they
Yeah.
would cut it into your dish. You know, it would be vertical.
There's a really good one in Orlando, right on International Drive. I don't remember the name of it, but it was great.
Yeah, and they're all on, and you could taste the flavor. You don't even need barbecue sauce. You can taste from the wood, the smoke.
I don't like barbecue sauce.
Well, it's too sweet.
It's very sweet, yeah. I don't really like barbecue. If
But-
anything, maybe Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, I like that.
It's all right, yeah. But
Yeah.
not even that. You know, I'd rather if it's nice and juicy, it's a good steak just by itself. You know.
Liam Perrins. Yeah, because you got the flavor, the smoke from the wood.
But barbecue sauce is like that's not a good sauce. It's like a ketchup.
Dry rub, it's like ketchup. Dry rub is not bad if it's good dry rub. You know, like a
Yeah.
Cajun.
Yeah, the Cajun one. Yeah.
But you know, Ecuador is right by Peru. In Peru, they invented ceviche. So
They did, yeah.
I'm thinking Guayaquil is so close to Peru.
But I think every country has a ceviche now. Like they claim to.
Yeah, but you know what Central America does with their ceviche, and I think they did it in
Central America has very good food too, though. They do.
Well, I like pupusas.
Salvadorian food. That's pupusas, and Honduran food.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. If you go to a local, probably find them in Jersey, a local like authentic place. They got really good stuff.
Well, in Hackensack, New Jersey, there's a large Latin American community, and we have Latin American supermarkets.
Yeah, like Bravo.
You go in and you get it all. They even have a bakery where you can get the patabono. You know,
and a lot of times they have very fresh fruit. Better than like a Stop and Shop or something like that.
you got they sell the calabaza. They sell which is a pumpkin. They got the bakery has the buñuelos and.
That's a Colombian pastry, the buñuelos, and it's like pizza or bagels because up in Jersey or New York, they got very good buñuelos, very good tasting. Down here, I've went to Colombian bakery, it's just not good because it's the water. They can't make it that good down here.
I think a lot of butter is involved with buñuelos. Corn flour, butter.
It's just like a bowl of it's like fried on the outside, but not too much, not fried too much.
Well, it's
and very soft on the inside.
It's corn flour and butter.
But on Long Island, I used to go to a local bakery that those were delicious.
You ever have the Spanish pastry that was made with the dough, cheese, and guava paste? See, so you had
From
guava.
where is this? What country?
You have guava fruit. Well, it was in the Colombian bakery,
Okay.
but Mexican bakeries are also very good.
I don't see as many of them. There's Colombians are known for their bakeries. I know.
Yeah. Well, Mexican bakery was in the town near where I grew up, Passaic, New Jersey. It's a huge Mexican community, and they had that there, and they had a couple of bakeries that made only tortillas, and they would ship them out. You know, they put them in bags and ship them out.
Yeah, well, that's not a bakery though. That's just a regular
Yeah.
food item, and it's not like a sweet.
Yeah, but they had the bakery where you go in and
Like pastries
and select. And I used to love the fresh. You ever have a sandwich made with a Portuguese roll?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
It's a crunch, a crispy crust.
Let me tell you. There's a place on Long Island. It's called a town. It's called Farmingville.
Yeah.
It in the 80s, a bunch of Portuguese people moved there, and it had a big Portuguese community. Then towards like the late 90s into the 2000s, a lot of Mexicans moved in, and they kind of mixed. And it was also an American town too, so there was a lot of Americans. So it was actually a pretty cool town. It was a big mixture, and a lot of the Portuguese restaurants and bakeries started hiring Mexicans, and they started working together, and so they started making like to play. By the time I went there, it was like the Mexicans were using the Portuguese bread, and they were making the tortas, the Mexican torta sandwiches, but with the Portuguese bread.
Oh wow!
It was delicious. Yeah, it was really good.
And
It was a very unique mix that they had there in that town.
Yeah. Well, Portugal, they're known for their seafood. Their seafood,
Mhm.
because a lot of them are professional. There's commercial fishermen there, and they grill fresh sardines, which is nothing like in the can. I mean, the flavor of a fresh sardine, it's bigger, it's a decent size, and it's
Yeah.
the best, one of the best tasting fish I ever had.
My best friend growing up was Portuguese, and I used to go over to his house. He lived right next door, and his mom made delicious food. It was so good.
Yeah, they I don't know if they make paella. I think
They
think
do.
that's,
They do. They make a version of it.
yeah, because southern Spain is really the mecca for paella.
Mm-hmm.
And what's nice about it, or the flavor from the seafood goes in the rice. So you have the saffron rice, and they have
The yellow rice. Yeah.
they got like a special pot that they make it in, a big.
Good stuff. There's a lot of food talk tonight, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I digress. Anyway, I'm almost to the end. Let me just
All right.
get this out of the way before what? Oh, what a bunch of bullshit.
What is the video you're playing now?
It says this post may not be comfortable for some audiences. Screw them.
Why not? What is it?
Why not? Yeah, it's usually nonsense.
Well, what is it? It's the bottom of the 8th, so I think I might. I'll check a little bit of the game. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay. You want me to say?
Yeah.
I'll hold off on Jesse Ventura until you come back.
Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. What the heck? Oh, for God's sakes! This is what they're worried about. You got to be kidding me! Oh my! Anything that's anti-Trump or anti-Elon Musk, they really don't want it. Really ridiculous. Hold on, Brian. I'll be right with you. Hold on, Brian. I'll be right with you. I'm working a double shift at McDonald's tomorrow. When I work a double, I get breakfast and lunch for free. Yeah, yeah, that's how they usually do it. I know you always work a double shift on Sunday, but at least, I'm assuming that they're paying you, at least I hope they are, at least $15 an hour to start, and you're getting medical benefits, because I know before you were in a terrible financial trouble, but you're still at Walmart, right? During the week? That shithole Walmart?
Ruining the economy on purpose. Donald Trump is ruining the economy on purpose. He is ruining the economy on purpose. I'm not sure if there's ever been an American president, let alone a chief executive of any country, that has ruined the economy on purpose. The stock market had its worst day in 5 years yesterday, and I just checked before I delivered these remarks, just before, 5 minutes ago. 1,600 down on the Dow Jones. The S&P down 5%. NASDAQ 4%. The Russell 5%. What does that mean as a practical matter? It means if you spent all your life working and saving and investing, and you are on the edge of retirement, and let's say you've got $312,000 plus your Social Security income. You just lost 30 grand in 2 days. Because of Donald Trump. Because of Donald Trump, you lost 10% of what you earned over a lifetime. Now, for Howard Lutnick and Elon Musk and Donald Trump and everybody that surrounds him at Mar-a-Lago, they can ride this out. They can short it, they can buy crypto, they can do all kinds of wonderful things to make sure that they can ride this out. Regular people cannot ride this out. The dollar hit a 6-month low. Layoffs have already started. Consumers are cutting back on spending. And by the way, the data is there, but also just talk to anybody. Just talk to anybody about how they feel about spending right now. And the likelihood of a recession went up 20% in a day. JP Morgan now says it's more than 60% likely. So what is this even for? Why are people so freaked out? Why is the entire world, from friends and partners to adversaries and enemies, scrambling to retaliate against the United States, the indispensable nation? It's so that Donald Trump can raise trillions of dollars in revenue to pay for the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in the history of the planet. Starting tomorrow, we'll be paying more for everything: groceries, food, cars, homes, toys, electronics, everything that you buy. Estimates have home prices ballooning by almost $20,000 per unit. Cars will cost $6,000 more. An iPhone, $250 more. Clothing prices will go up by roughly 20%. Also, what? We're gonna be a textile manufacturer? That's our goal as a country, is to make t-shirts and socks? Workers will be laid off, but I guess it'll all be worth it in the end, because this is a pay for. What does that mean? It means that in their big budget plan, they need to cut taxes for billionaires, but they don't have enough money to finance that. And so they're using tariff revenue to balance out the money that they're going to shovel to a bunch of billionaires. Trump is very famous for having few firm, fixed political beliefs. He's changed his mind about just about everything, but not on tariffs. He's a self-proclaimed tariff man. He's repeatedly said that the word tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language. And for years, he's lavished praise on the 20th century tariffs, which, by the way, helped to deepen the Great Depression. So he's very happy about all of this. Like, there should be no mistaking. This is what he intends to do, and this is one of the differences between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. He's doing all the things. He's actually going through with it. This is not mean tweets and like normal behavior. This is all of the crazy stuff he's saying is now being effectuated as public policy, as economic policy, as fiscal policy. He's going through with it. You can no longer be dismissive of these resistance types, these Democrats, these shrills, these partisans, these people who can't keep their head on straight, these people who just want to punish Donald Trump for saying, man, that guy's kind of crazy, he's going to crash the economy. He's literally crashing the economy on purpose. The idea that other countries will just graciously pay the tariffs is a fantasy, much like Trump's claim that Mexico would pay for the wall. In reality, it's American importers who pay the tariffs and then they pass it on to consumers, which is exactly what happened the last time Trump tried to do this. Economists who studied the tariffs that Trump imposed during the first term on certain goods from China found that it was consumers, it was you that paid the price. So here's roughly how it would work this time around. There's going to be math involved here. If these tariffs are expected to raise $6 trillion, as Trump says, that would mean collecting something like $600 billion every year over the next 10 years. Broken out by household, people are looking at $5,000 a year in added costs. I bet you Donald Trump doesn't know anyone personally. Maybe he's met people, but like in terms of the people he hangs out with, that he spends time with, that he likes, that he works with, he probably doesn't know anyone for whom $5,000 is an unmanageable increased cost. But I know a lot of people like that. In fact, a lot of people in my home state are like that. They cannot absorb a $5,000 increase in the cost of everything. And that is before you consider the hundreds of thousands of lost jobs and the devastation of small businesses and farmers and others. One small business owner in Iowa put it this way, quote, Trump's calling it Liberation Day, maybe something like Liberation Day, liberated from reality. A farmer in Kansas agreed, quote, these tariffs are just absolutely bad news. They cause the prices for everything that we buy to go up and the prices for everything that we sell to go down. Everything that we buy is more expensive. Everything that we sell is cheaper. Does that sound like a smart economic plan? It's bad news any way you cut it. But even worse, more confusing, more idiotic, more infuriating is when you look at how they arrived at these rates. These are not actually reciprocal tariffs. Reciprocal tariffs being like essentially country X assesses tariffs in the amount of 15%, so we reciprocate. We do 15% back. This is how they did it. They used a one-size-fits-all formula to remake the global trading system. They took our trade surplus with any given country. So the way you do it to do reciprocal tariffs is country X says 10%, we go back at 10%. What they did is say, let's take our trade surplus, which means what we export minus what we import, divide it by total exports, and then cut it in half. They cut it in half. Why they didn't cut it in a third, why they didn't, do some coefficient other than 50% is like they wanted to keep it simple. I don't know, but it's purely arbitrary. So we have an $18 billion trade deficit with Indonesia. We import $28 billion worth of goods from them. 17.9 divided by 28 is 64. Divide that by 2 and you get 34, which is, surprise, surprise, exactly the rate that Trump set for Indonesia. Half of the differential between exports and imports. Literally makes no sense. Like, you've got a bunch of economists right, left, and center going, WTF. I cannot believe this is bad policy, but also it's like childish math. The White House formula is so bonkers that the same economists that it pointed to as the basis for the rationale immediately were critical, and quote, they pulled two numbers out of thin air that perfectly canceled each other out. This type of reductionist analysis is very troubling and scares me, said economics professor Anson Sorterberry, whose paper the White House cited. Even their sources are saying, don't use my name to justify this nonsense. Another economist said that the White House had misunderstood his research, which specifically cautioned against excessively high tariff rates like Trump's. Quote, Making rates higher is a bad idea for the United States. We use supercomputers to find the optimal tariffs. The Trump administration seems to have taken a bit of a shortcut here. Also, our results suggest that the EU should not be tariffed, and yet they set high tariffs against them. Finally, our range of optimal tariffs is substantially lower than the ones the administration just announced, end quote. So if you can believe it, we're in a situation where economists are using supercomputers to find optimal tariff rates, while the President of the United States is using a formula, and I'm not exaggerating, that a fifth grader could solve. Now, whether it's the signal chat or this formula, this administration's incompetence is on display every day. It's why we now have tariffs in places like Heard Island and McDonald Island, where there are no living human beings, only penguins. Or as the New York Times noted, quote, Trump's decision to put a 32% tariff on Switzerland stunned politicians and business leaders in the Alpine country. Switzerland has an open trade policy and recently abolished all industrial tariffs. It's not reciprocal if they're not tariffing us. For countries like Brazil, where we have a trade surplus, they still slap 10%. Israel reduced their tariffs to 0, still got the 10%. This is not a case of a bunch of Democrats crying wolf just to wound the Republicans. The markets are speaking. They are terrified. And this isn't about a bunch of billionaire corporations and their profitability. This is about the ability for people to pay for college. This is about the ability for people to retire with dignity and comfort. Trillions of dollars of wealth are being demolished. These are everyday people panicked about how much more expensive their next trip to Walmart or to Costco will be, or when they'll lose their job. People are already stockpiling supplies. Shortly after Trump's announcement, J.P. Morgan described the impact of the tariffs over the next few months like this, quote, on a static basis, today's announcement would raise just under $400 billion in revenue, or about 1.3% of GDP, which would be the largest tax increase since 1968. The resulting hit to purchasing power could take real disposable personal income growth in the second and third quarters into negative territory, and with it the risk that real consumer spending could also contract in these quarters. This impact alone could take the economy perilously close to slipping into a recession. Now, countries are already responding, so it's not like this is a static situation which can't get worse, because the retaliations are going on. And this idea that, oh, this is just a leverage play. Look, there's 200 countries out there with whom we have some sort of, roughly 200 countries that we have some sort of trading arrangement with. And like, Donald Trump is very unpopular. So asking a leader of a country or a parliament of a country to waive their tariffs at the end of a economic gun because Trump is bullying them, it's like not good domestic politics for them. The best domestic politics for them is to stand up to Donald Trump's bullying, and that's bad for all of us. We're not going to wave our way through 194 trading partners. China just imposed a 34% reciprocal tariff for our 54% tariff on Chinese goods. And in a truly bizarre turn of events, we forced our allies and adversaries to try to find ways to work together. Earlier this week, for the first time in years, China, Japan, and South Korea discussed the possibility of working together on free trade as a response to Donald John Trump. This is the most shocking image, is this red line continuing to go down precipitously. But among the other most shocking images, there's a picture of high leaders from Korea. First of all, Korea and Japan are in a better place now, but they are, there have been some diplomatic challenges over the decades and the generations. But they're in a reasonably good place. So just to see them shaking hands is a big deal. But to see them shaking hands, literally holding hands, with a high official from China to indicate they're in this together against us. So it is true that Donald Trump is uniting the world. The problem is he's uniting the world against us. Look, there is a real objective here that we've been working on for the last 8 years. And whether it's chips, or it's cars, or it's clean energy, we've actually increased the amount of domestic manufacturing in the United States of America with good industrial policy and targeted trade policy. But this is mayhem. This is mayhem. John Kennedy, the current senator for Louisiana, said it exactly right. He said tariffs are like whiskey. A little bit can be refreshing, can be useful. Too much, I'm paraphrasing, and very bad things happen. Very bad things are happening. In the time I took to deliver these remarks, probably some number of tens of billions of dollars of additional wealth from working people was just wiped out. And I want to make one final point, and this is the most important point. Republicans can and should stop this. With an exception of maybe 3 or 4 members, almost every Republican senator hates tariffs. The question is whether they will stand up to Donald Trump, who has taken this decidedly protectionist, anti-market, super harmful direction. But all we need, Republicans are in charge of the Senate, is for them to exert their constitutionally given authority over the assessing of tariffs. There is bipartisan momentum in that space, but we are not there, because what I'm reading and what I'm hearing is they're willing to give this a couple of months. And let me give you a bunch of free advice to my Republican friends. If you're going to stand up to him in 2 months, do it now. Your people are suffering. People are being laid off. People are about, by the way, most of what is happening in terms of Trump's plummeting popularity is what they are seeing on their screens, but in the next week or so, it's not what they're seeing in their screens. It's what they're seeing when they try to buy something. It's what they're seeing amongst their friends who are being laid off. This is about to get very real, and I advise you, against my own political interests, but in the country's interest, if you're going to stand up to him in June, my God, do it now. Donald Trump is ruining the
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, these two are short. They're not going to take long. Page not available? You got to be kidding me. TikTok removed this page. Removed this video. Son of a bitch. Unbelievable. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I don't know why they did that. Try to prevent me from showing it. Incredible. Yeah, but what about all the other Democrats and Republicans? They're millionaires. But you're singling out Bernie because he's the true progressive with integrity. He's the independent. He's the anti-oligarch. He's the democratic socialist. He is the anti-capitalist. That's why you're targeting Bernie Sanders. They're all rich. Now look at this. Look how many people Trump is and Elon Musk is pissing off.
Folks, we have some big news right now. I just heard that this protest in Washington, D.C. may have over 100,000 people per the event organizer. Now, I don't know what the full count is, obviously. I think that they had a professional counter come and maybe 50,000, 60,000. I mean, it is a lot of people here right now. This is the hands-off protest against Elon Musk, against Donald Trump. Let me show you a little bit what it looks like right now. Good evening. Now, the purpose of this protest, according to organizers, is to protest Elon Musk, to protest Donald Trump, to protest what the administration is doing with firing federal workers, instituting policies that curb civil liberties, and so much more. Now, I'm here on the ground. I'm covering it live. I will have a full breakdown on my Substack of all the interviews I've had, a lot of pictures I've taken. I mean, it's a lot of people here, definitely tens of thousands of people, and there's a B on me. Anyway, so thank you all for your support, and follow along for all the news.
All right. Here's some real comedy. Real comedy.
Did I miss it?
Before we get to where Jesse Ventura is the last one before Jesse Ventura. But this is fucking funny. He's a comedian. And he does some impersonations of you're gonna well, you'll see. It's pretty funny. What was the last? What was the score?
2-2 right now. Bottom of the ninth.
Oh, they're tied.
Yeah, they tied it up. That's why I was away for a few minutes. I was watching it.
Bottom of the ninth. So they're
Bottom of
probably
the ninth.
gonna go.
So we got Mets are up right now. Bottom of the ninth. Beatty, you know Brett Beatty? You're probably not familiar. He's a young guy.
The only ones I know about is Alonso and Soto.
That's all. Yeah. You don't really care about the Mets, huh? I watch a lot more of the Yankees than you watch of the Mets.
Well, I don't really care about the National League. I'm not a National League person, but
these days they're trying to merge the two leagues. You know that, right?
I don't like this interleague play, really.
I mean, the Mets are playing the Blue Jays right now.
I know. The interleague play is like...
It's been like that. It's been more and more every year.
Well, thank God that the National League woke up and started using the designated hitter, right? They've been doing that for a while?
You know what? Yeah, it's been a few years. I think I agree with you. Because the pitchers always sucked in the National League. They can never, it was always like a waste of a bat.
But Tom Seaver was actually not.
There's a few of them out there. But
he was not a bad hitter, but
look at Ohtani. Supposedly he pitches, he bats.
Yeah.
Look at Babe Ruth.
But the problem,
there's not that many of them.
Yeah, I know. Babe Ruth was an outstanding pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. But the thing
he pitched for 6 seasons.
And,
he was a starter, but I don't think he was even hitting at all. And then he switched over to hitting. He became a superstar. It's crazy. And he was overweight. He was overweight. I think he was an alcoholic.
He was an alcoholic. He was, and he
was a womanizer.
He ate everything in sight. He had
crazy, right?
He had women, or whether they were groupies or whores or whatever they were. He had women brought to his hotel room like every night. He was a sex maniac, and he was an indulger. He was a party.
But he was a good guy, though. He was supposedly he was very good with the community.
He loved children. He was
there's a lot of pictures of him, meeting the kids. In St. Pete down here, he's famous because the Yankees used to have their spring training in St. Pete in the 1920s, and there's a picture of him riding an alligator down the street with the baseball bat over his shoulder. There's a lot of famous stories about the Yankees spring training there in St. Pete with Babe Ruth.
He would knock off a bottle of whiskey in one train ride. Back then they took trains, and
but it probably took a long time. How if he's going to a whole nother city, say Well, you know what? At the time, actually, most of the teams were concentrated in the Northeast, a little bit in the Midwest.
Yeah, some.
There was no Southern teams and there was no Western teams.
No, no.
So maybe the train ride actually didn't take that long.
But you know, there's a lot of very entertaining stories about Babe Ruth and his escapades.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's amazing. He abused his body, but yet
He was a superstar.
He was a superstar. But you know, he lost once. He couldn't play one season because of his habits, his vices, because of the alcohol and everything. He actually was not physically able to play.
Was it towards the end of his career or no?
No, it was in the 1920s. One of those years.
He didn't play at all.
You know what? I'm gonna look that up on.
Let me know. I never heard that before.
Yeah, I'm gonna later on. I'm gonna ask
Corky.
Little Buttercup. What's that? The
Corky Jorky.
No, not Corky. The mystifying Oracle, the AI about
The robot.
About Babe Ruth. Yeah, Disco Roboto. Yeah. This is going to be funny. This guy's good.
Well, they have today, and have an opportunity to talk to you.
It's true. It's obviously. RFK, if it's okay if I call me. LOL. I mean, it's like.
RFK Jr. and Elon Musk. That's exactly what they do.
It's a little messed up, but it's comedy.
Yeah,
no, you're right. I mean, it's hard to understand what Elon is saying a lot of the time.
He does. He stutters.
With RFK, I get it. You know, he's got the impediment.
Yeah, I know, but it's still fun.
But Elon, you're right. It's hard to hear what he's saying a lot of times. I've noticed that too.
You know, it just dawned on me on Jesse Ventura's YouTube channel. That black guy, that's Montel Williams. I didn't realize it until I saw his name. That's Montel Williams. I think
He's interviewing Jesse.
No, he does a lot of videos with him.
Does he really?
He used to have his own TV show until
I remember.
I think
I was a kid when he had that daytime show.
Yeah, he came down with a serious illness and he had to leave.
Oh, I didn't know that was why.
Yeah,
I think just most of those daytime shows, they lost popularity after like the 90s. You know,
I remember the Jenny Jones and
Ricky Lake. Remember that one?
There you go, the chubby.
My older sisters were big into those shows at the time.
So many, but who is it?
Jerry Springer, I guess, is the most famous.
Jerry Springer was the most successful. Yeah, but he had a lot of trailer park trash people on his show. You know?
That was the point of it.
You get a lot of freakazoids. Okay.
Maury, remember Maury? That was a more serious one, but also, very trashy too.
Yeah, did he marry that Connie Chung?
Kaidi Chung from the news?
Connie Chung.
Did he really?
Yeah, I think he did. I think
from the 11 o'clock or the Channel 11 news.
No, not that one. No, there was another one.
Kaidi Chung.
Chung.
Oh, okay. Kaidi Chung, you know what I'm talking about? From New York.
Yeah.
She's been there forever. You know we can't hear it, right?
Or he has a hearing impairment?
No, I can't hear the video.
You cannot hear the video?
No, can you?
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Really? Hold on for a second. That's weird. What the hell's going on here? Censorship? Well,
Now it's white.
well, let me try. Let me try again. Let me try one more time, and then I'll pretty much tell you what he was saying. I'll summarize it.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. All right. Shit. All right, let's do it again. Did you hear him?
No, I can't hear it.
You can't
And
hear
that's
it.
one. That's 1-3-2.
Oh, good for them.
Nice.
All right, so if for some reason it's,
But you can hear it?
I can hear it, but I don't know if the viewers can hear it.
I can't, so I think the viewers probably can't.
It's a shame. To summarize the whole thing, Jesse's wife got really sick where she was having seizures, and medical doctors couldn't help her. They gave her medication. You know, it didn't cure it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
a friend of theirs in Colorado recommended cannabis oil. Cannabis, and it was at that time was legalized in Colorado.
Where is this, Colorado?
Yeah, but not in Minnesota. So,
Okay.
long story short, his wife tried it. It helped her, and then eventually it cured her. Her seizures stopped because of cannabis. But I mean, there are other stories about cannabis
Oh yeah, yeah.
treating cancer patients.
Mm-hmm.
It's a miracle plant. I mean, it's very medicinal, and it's ridiculous that it's not legal.
So I see in Florida now, technically it's not legal to sell recreational, only medical.
Okay.
But the smoke shop, I went to a smoke shop and they were openly advertising THC. And then I go there and I could just buy it. Yeah, I bought this one totally legally. I don't have a card or anything. It's just in a smoke shop.
Does it have? Is there CBD and THC?
No, it's so they call it THC A, and she was telling me THC A turns into THC as soon as you light it. So that's what makes it legal. Is that it's not lit yet, so it's not THC yet.
Oh, so when you start smoking it, the
Then
smoke
I guess it's illegal at that point.
is THC.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of weird, right?
Yeah, but hey, you can get it without any hassle. That's
yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
That's the important thing,
And there was a big vote on this the last election in Florida.
Uh-huh.
And legalization lost. So
son of a bitches. Legalization lost. Legalization laws. It's like the.
But I guess nobody cares really. I mean, a smoke shop is just out there openly, basically selling weed. So
those are the same people who started prohibition, probably. All the zealots, religious nuts.
I gotta agree with that.
I hear the women were bitching and moaning about the men didn't want to come home.
Well, I guess the men used to come home and beat them, right?
Well, the men would go to bars.
They were drunk.
the men would go to bars, I guess, to get away from their wives. And yeah, you know, it's alcoholism is a bad thing. It doesn't do any good.
It can certainly be abused for sure.
Yeah, yeah. It not just for the health of the person who's the alcoholic, but also it affects the lives of the family, their loved ones. You know?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if a person does Ronald Terrio still do all those Dawn Busters?
I don't know. I think he might have stopped for Lent. I think he might have stopped drinking liquor, and he's just doing beer maybe now. Because I know he stopped doing the Fandango show, right? Because that was only liquor.
But he was getting panelists. You know,
But he stopped doing the Fandango show when Lent started.
yeah, because you're supposed to make like a sacrifice.
Right. And I think that's what if I remember, I think that's what he usually does. He's done it in the past.
Yeah. So he refrains from hard liquor.
Hard liquor, not beer.
And liqueurs. And then, you know, and then he does he does Super Sunday.
Yeah.
Does he do Super Sunday and Stout Sunday, or that's like
I think it alternates, kind of like the Joker's Wild alternates.
Right. Okay. So one Sunday he'll do Stout, then the next Sunday he'll do Super.
Yeah, I think so.
And Super Sunday has the same rules as Joker's Wild.
I think, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it does. Just a different name.
Yeah. In other words, you can bring whatever you want, but it's early. Yeah. It's early. It's 10 a.m.
It's early. Yep, 10:30.
All I care about is
it's a stupid time. Like, I don't think I'll ever join again. I have in the past.
All I care about is black dark roast coffee. I don't care about anything else. I don't even eat breakfast because I'm not hungry.
You don't eat breakfast?
No, I eat brunch. No, because I'm never hungry.
Oh, really?
I'm never hungry, you know, that early. But I'll have a late brunch. But you know, it's a good one. You know, and then I'll have dinner, and then I've been eating for a later evening snack. I've been having a big bowl of Greek yogurt with raw, unfiltered honey poured on top, with the pollen in it. You know, like fresh, raw honey.
So what happened with the mayor in New York? They let him off the hook.
Yeah, he got a slap on the wrist. I don't know what the details.
Was it even a slap on the wrist or just nothing?
Maybe it was nothing.
Now, why do you think that is? You think they tampered with his
I think
his trial. You think it was a bullshit kind of like conviction to begin with, saying that he was in bribes with the country of Turkey. What is that?
Yeah, and why did he visit?
For what?
Why did he visit Israel? They said it had to do with the RoboCops in the subway. He was ordering Jew cops.
I didn't hear that one.
Israel.
I didn't hear that one.
I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for a mayor of New York City to be sticking his nose in international politics, because he's got his work cut out for him trying to run New York.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Like, you would think with all the problems New York City has.
And why Turkey? Why would it be Turkey?
Why Turkey? And I mean, I can understand him going to Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York, you know, to make them happy so they vote for him. but I get I guess it's not really. It's not. Is it his fault or was it the governor Hochul Hochul? Who decided that New York City is a sanctuary city for these
It's been like that. No, it's been like that for years.
for these illegal immigrants?
It was before them.
Yeah, but you saw the
I
car.
don't know. Maybe it was Cuomo when he was governor. I don't know.
I mean, you should. It's obvious the carnage that took place. I mean,
Sad, man. Sad.
horrible. Really,
I'm glad I don't live there anymore.
it's a
Despicable.
mess.
I wouldn't want to be around that shit.
Yeah, look at it. Paul's always fighting and squabbling with
What
somebody.
the fuck is he doing, man? Get out
Every
of
time
there.
he takes a walk,
He's getting jumped now?
the guy says, yeah, you get jumped by 2 drug dealers. What's going on there? And then the black guy says to him, "You owe me. Where's my $15? You owe me."
Yeah. Why was he saying that?
It's like,
Paul owes him $15?
You think Paul is dabbling in something that we don't know about?
I don't know. He's never mentioned anything, right?
Yeah. Why does he owe this guy $15? Maybe there's more to Paul than meets the eye. I sent him a link, but
There's gotta be more.
It's
There's
got
more. There's more to Paul than the wall.
than the wall. Paul's up against the wall. Paul's balls are up against the wall. Why would Paul? I know he's very concerned with extraterrestrials, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a great journalist and he's a great photographer, and he's fantastic making his tie-dye clothes, and as a musician. But
Why is he's interviewing police now, right? A little bit.
because the 60th precinct is not.
He's done it before too.
The 60th precinct is not doing their job, arresting the people that are harassing Paul. In other words, people are against Paul, but everywhere Paul has lived,
Maybe he should just lay low for a little bit.
like when he
Stay
lived,
home.
when he lived in Pennsylvania, they gave him a hard time. When he lived in upstate New York,
Maybe because he's loud.
they gave him a
So
hard.
everybody sees him because he's so loud.
Maybe when he goes out in public, he shouts and
Yeah.
he brags and he carries on.
Right, yeah.
Because when he comes on the show, he shouts and screams and brags.
So could you imagine somebody like that in public?
I know big stars. I know rich people, multi-billionaires, multi-millionaires. All right. Well, how come they're not hooking him up?
Yeah, well,
If you had,
it's okay. It's okay.
if you had friends in high places, you would think they would hook you up.
Who knows, James?
Listen, I've known people in the past that were
Liars.
they were known as bullshit artists.
Pathological liars.
Well, or deliberate liars, pathological liars. Like, are those the people that, like, after a while they believe their own lies?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah, I knew people. Unfortunately, I don't know why I meet these kind of people, but I've known a few people that live.
That's a good question.
They live their lives, like they believe their lies so much that it's like they're in another world.
Do you think Paul's like that?
Haven't figured him out yet, but I know the other. When a person starts to choose their lies over reality, then you have a serious psychiatric or psychological issue there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A divide, right?
Yeah. Escapism. They need to escape.
Yeah. What happened to Michael Hilton? He doesn't come anymore?
He doesn't pay attention when I send him the link. Let me see. It's a waste to send him the link, but you know what? Just for the hell of it, I'll send one to him. I'll send one to Jordy.
Send one to Alex.
Is he doing anything, Alex, right now? I mean, is he doing a show?
I don't know.
Oh man. Oh, here we go. Send one to Jordy. I'm looking for Michael Gold Balls, gold member, gold member. Austin Powers, gold member. There he is.
Gopher.
Gold.
Michael Golfer.
Yeah, gold member. All right, I sent one to those two. For the hell of it, I'll send one to Eric.
Send it to Paul. Paul to the wall.
I sent it to Paula.
All right.
Four.
So we got to get somebody in here.
I'll send one to my cousin Donna. I'll see what she's doing.
Oh, I think I saw that episode with her.
Yeah.
What about Mickey?
Mickey is another one that she shouts and she
does shout.
And she doesn't give other people a chance to talk like Paul.
Yeah.
And
I think she has a hard time like hearing or something too.
Yeah, she shouts with that heavy German
heavy accent. Yeah.
I can't understand her.
Yeah, it's hard to understand her.
I understand her. I honestly. But usually if people just would talk softly, and you could understand them.
Why do you think she yells?
I don't know. Sam, I could send one to this woman, Sam Humper. She's having some. She's the one that lives in by you, in Clearwater. She's I known her for many years, but she's very smart. She's a Reiki practitioner.
That's your cousin?
She does psychic work. She's a Reiki.
Your cousin, James?
Huh?
Your cousin?
No. This is Sam Hunt. She's a woman that lives in Clearwater, but I've known her for like a long time. She's going through pretty rough times right now. So I've been helping her with health advice, and giving her somebody to talk to, because she took care of her father. Her father died, and she lives alone in a house, and she's very functional. She's not her brain. She's extremely sharp and smart. Okay, she's not elderly, but she got sick. So I feel bad for her, living alone, and she had the illness, and so anyway. But she will be great for the show. Actually, she's an administrator, not administrator. I'm sorry. She's a moderator on my mystical group, my mystical page. Let's see. Is there anybody else here that would come on? Only people that would come on. That's enough. You know who doesn't come around anymore? Daryl Messias. He stopped coming around. Alex Rotundo. Bacala. Well, I guess maybe everybody's asleep. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to ask about.
Can you check this out, James?
About Babe Ruth.
Yeah. It's beer.
Guayabera.
Guayabera.
Guayabera. Citrus Pale Citra Pale Ale. That looks refreshing.
Cigar City.
Now,
Brewery.
Guayabera, almost like
You see
some
that cigar there?
Cigar City. Yeah, that's Tampa.
Yeah. That's it.
The Cigar City. So it's a local brewery.
Right.
That's good. It's good to support the local breweries. That's good. It's good.
It's also a famous brewery. It's nationwide too.
Yeah.
It's
So
it's local to Tampa, but they distribute all around.
does it have a refreshing? Maybe it's the hops they use at Citra. Maybe Citra is the name of the hops.
Citra Pale Ale.
I think Citra is a
It sounds like
variety of
something Eric would review, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think there's lemon in it, but I think that's the name of the hop. It looks good.
Yeah. Pretty fruity, man. Pretty smells fruity.
The
Oh,
pale,
so I got this 6-pack today for $6.99.
wow, that's
Not bad, right?
and
Yeah,
pale
I
ale.
went to the liquor store, and I noticed they had this sale on a few different 6-packs, and I thought they were probably out of date, like old ones, right? Then I checked the date on this. It's like from February, so like 2 months old. That's good.
It's not bad.
$6.99, for craft beer.
They charge for
That's cheap, man.
6 cans of Brooklyn Brewery is like $11, $11 to $12. That's fantastic.
Yeah, $6.99. Before tax
That's a good beer.
for a fresh pale ale.
I think pale ale is probably very refreshing for the summer, for the hot weather.
It's kind of dark, right? A little dark.
What else is light?
Look at that, James. A little dark, right?
Yeah, I like it because it's got the heavy, the thick, cloudy, like the IPAs, like the Imperial IPAs, are usually very hazy. That's the word I'm looking for. Hazy.
Yeah, this is not hazy. It's more solid looking, right?
Yeah. No, it looks very inviting. But
It's not very strong. It's 5.5%.
at that price,
Can't beat the price.
I would say
can't beat the price.
I would say just get plenty of it and just push it to the back of the
They
refrigerator.
have other flavors too, though. They had another IPA that was 6.5%, and then they have another one. It's called Florida Man, and that's 9%.
Yeah, that's
6-pack of 9%.
You can't be chugging
That's a lot. Yeah.
at 9%. No, but that's very drinkable.
This is 5.5. Yeah.
Yeah, or 6 isn't bad.
Yeah, so they have this one. It's called, the Florida Man, like the stereotype. So,
Is there a image of somebody with like
there
a
is, yeah.
big straw hat? And,
Yeah, it's not something like that. Yeah.
what do they used to wear? The white shoes, the white loafers, and like a print shirt, short sleeve.
No, a Florida Man is just like any crazy news story that you hear. They'll, the person doing the crazy thing, they'll say Florida Man, because that's how they identify you.
Oh.
And so it became like a meme, I guess. But it's old though. That's been around for many years.
I'm surprised that they never approached Hogan to be on one of the to be on their 9% ABV.
No.
I mean, no.
Hogan does his own thing. He has his own beer company.
Yeah, but now he's got his own beer company. I'm talking about years ago. Knowing that Hogan is from the area, you would think a local brewery would approach him.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
You know, look, we were thinking of putting you on our strongest.
I wonder if anybody ever tried and he just said no. Yeah. Turned him down.
Yeah, but I'm sure he would get a kick out of his image.
Hogan's a pretty big deal locally. He's got a lot of respect around here.
I mean, being on the can, but he never ran. He never got involved with local
He
politics.
never ran for mayor and nothing like that. He should have, right?
Yeah, like Clint Eastwood became mayor of, was it Gilroy? Not Gilroy. The fuck? It's near there. It's Northern California, seacoast, Pacific Coast town. Carmel, one of those towns. He became, you know, as an old guy who's like retired from movies.
Who's that?
What? Does the panelists believe in the Constitution? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, I believe in the Constitution.
Yeah, I never said I didn't. I mean, yeah, we believe in it, but we don't believe the Constitution is beholden to any one political party. The Constitution is the foundation of the nation, of democracy. Some say it's not a democracy; it's a republic. You know, I'm not a. I don't know the fine details of it. I know.
Do you know all of the amendments?
What's his name? Obama, I heard, is a constitutional law professor.
Who?
Barack Obama was a constitutional law.
I heard that he's
professor.
he's having some. He's on the ropes with Michelle.
You mean they're not getting along?
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Well, their kids are grown.
Yeah.
So they should have, now they have more time for each other. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe they with the children, they had less time to communicate. And the more you communicate with your spouse, the more arguments you get into.
You might have a good point.
When you think about it, the girls were young, right?
Yeah.
So everything's about the kids.
Right.
So
yeah, you're definitely onto something there.
You know, but then now it's just them.
Right. Right.
You know, I think the daughters are
a lot more time.
They're away at college. You know, they're probably in their 20s now.
Plus, like, he was president for 8 years of that time. Like, that obviously, you're not a family. You're not really at home if you're the president. I mean, you are, but
no, it's like being,
not really.
It's like a married person being a pro wrestler. You know, or a rock star or something. I mean, how much time do you really have to spend with the family?
Barack Obama was probably an absent father in all actuality.
Right. And now the girls they got their own lives, and it's just him and Michelle, and they're probably getting on each other's nerves. You know, and what did he say? And Everybody Loves Raymond. The grandmother, Marie Barone, says, he's driving me crazy. He's getting on my nerves ever since he retired. He's always around. So Deborah, Ray's wife, says, well, that's what retirement is about. He's always going to be around. So she says, well, I didn't think he was going to live this long.
That's terrible.
You know, so, it's like...
are they supposed to be Italian or Jewish? On the show?
No, they're supposed to be Italian, but the only one who was actually Italian was Raymond.
Really? Yeah, because the mother comes off as like a Jewish woman.
She's a Russian Jew.
Yeah,
She's
from
a Russian
Queens or
Jew
from like
from,
Forest Hills.
no, she's a Russian Jew from Southern California, believe it or not. Garrett, what's his name? Brad Garrett is the tall one. He's a Jew. Okay, it plays Robert.
The brother.
The brother, yeah. Peter Boyle is an Irishman from Philadelphia. He's from Philadelphia.
Wow.
Yeah, he's from Philly, and he's really the superstar of the whole show.
That's Raymond.
Yeah, Peter Boyle is
Okay.
Peter Boyle is a famous actor. So, but the other one is Waspy. The Deborah, the one that played Deborah.
Oh, the wife. Yeah.
Wife. And,
Yeah. She is Waspy. You're right.
yeah. So he's the only Italian. That's what
Yeah.
they.
Yeah.
Even though they were playing Italians. But yeah, so that's what happens when the kids are grown, and it's just you and her. So if you don't have the compatibility going, and you don't have nothing in common, then the thing with retirement is you got to prepare for it. You can't just
A man should be able to enjoy his fucking retirement.
Yeah, you can't just
after years of working.
Yeah, you can't just vegetate. You gotta have hobbies. You gotta do something.
Yes, you do.
Your hobby should not be.
But if you're lucky enough to be able to retire, you should enjoy it for sure. A lot of old people, they keep that second job on the side.
Hey,
work at Publix on the weekend.
I bet a lot of Florida people get a part-time job.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of old people that
Look at Ronald in Louisiana.
Yeah, well, he drinks.
A retired teacher, and he works at like a convenience store.
Yeah. Well,
So he gets to see what beer goes in and out of the store. He pays attention to it.
Yeah, and he gets employee discount.
I don't know if it's what's the name of it.
Mathern, I think it's Mathern's. He always mentions that. But
I know he shops there. I don't know if that's the one he works at.
He goes to.
He always mentions it. Yeah, Mathern's.
He goes to many college and school sports
baseball games, right?
He goes to football.
Because
baseball.
In Louisiana, they don't really have that. They don't have a baseball team, man. Which is a shame.
But he also goes to football, college football games.
Yeah, they have an NFL team, but they don't have an MLB team.
No.
And it's actually, I think baseball is pretty popular in the state itself.
Yeah.
As far as the population goes.
And their basketball team moved. The New Orleans Jazz.
No, that's right. No, the Hornets. They were called the Hornets, right?
They moved to Utah. That's what aggravates me. They moved to Utah and they're still called the Jazz. There ain't no Jazz in Utah. There's Mormons.
No, they were called the Hornets.
Like the Lakers. The Minnesota Lakers moved.
They weren't called the Jazz.
The Hornets?
They were called the Hornets.
You're thinking of the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, the Charlotte Hornets.
That's Charlotte, North Carolina.
They moved to Louisiana, didn't they? Temporarily. And then they left.
Oh, the Hornets are no longer in Charlotte anymore?
No.
So they couldn't support a basketball team.
No.
They couldn't do it. I'm surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars are still there.
I think because the owner is rich. He's just got the money to cover it.
The owner, he's his last name is Khan. He's like a Arab guy or Indian or Arab.
He's related to the guy who owns AEW. Yeah. It's him.
That's his son.
That's his son?
He's the one that put up the money for his son to buy AEW.
But the father owns Jaguars and the son owns AEW.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Tony Khan.
Tony Khan, yeah.
Tony Khan owns AEW. I think Cody Rhodes got it going for him, and the father still owns the Jaguars, and I don't know how he makes money because it's Jacksonville.
No, Jacksonville is a decent market for the NFL, especially.
Is there enough?
They have a big fan base there.
Is there a sizable population? I mean,
Yeah, oh, definitely. Jacksonville's a big city. Don't think that Jacksonville is not a big city.
but it's a northern Florida. It's like a Florida cracker.
Nah, not really.
Like
It's like another Tampa for the most part.
Like the people are not. It's
These days, it's not like that, James.
No, I mean like when you go to South Florida, it's more multi-ethnic but leaning towards Cubans. And
Miami's like that. Tampa's somewhat like that, but not as much as Miami. So I would say Jacksonville is similar to Tampa.
And you got Jacksonville, and then you got on the other, the Panhandle, Tallahassee, and Pensacola, and Florida City.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Gulf.
The Gulf Coast.
Well, I think Tallahassee's more inland.
Tallahassee is inland, yeah.
Yeah. It's
the state capital is always in a shitty area, like every state. Like New York is in Albany, all the way upstate.
Yeah, Albany's on Hudson River, but all the way up.
Yeah,
all the way up. And Trenton, New Jersey. Trenton is a ghetto.
A ghetto.
Yeah, it's on the Delaware River, like Philadelphia. So Philadelphia is on the Delaware River, and then Trenton is north on the Delaware River.
Mm-hmm. And Trenton is the capital, right?
Yeah, and all of the, like you said, all of the capital cities and the
they always suck.
And the big cities, but not, how should I say,
rural or suburban.
There's a lot of cities that are poor, that have Major League Baseball. You know, like in other words, Detroit is a crappy. You know, Pittsburgh. I heard Pittsburgh is a dumpy city.
Mm.
Memphis.
I think it might be what's called up and coming.
Yeah, Memphis is a dumpy city. I mean, these are people that visited them told me their shit.
Memphis is up and coming for sure.
You know, what's his name? When Mick Von Raven has to go to Wisconsin, and he says Milwaukee's a shithole, and he says Green Bay is really not much up there. They got a lot of industry on the Lake Michigan, but there's a new law in Wisconsin, I think, and Illinois where they're protecting the shoreline. They want to preserve all the shoreline of Lake Michigan
all of it,
to have a place, a good, clean place for the residents to go, which is nice.
Yeah.
You know, they had at one time they had a pollution problem. You know, but there's a lot of cities that don't have the money that New York has. You know, New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, but you know, Chicago, forget it. The reason why Chicago has crime problems is because, I hate to say it, but all the black mayors that they keep electing.
Oh, what about New York?
New York has New York. You know, in New York had they had a strong police force.
Rudy Giuliani
and Michael Bloomberg.
That was
not de Blasio.
An elite police force.
Yeah, de Blasio was his wife was the boss. You could tell he was a 6'7" pussy.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he didn't do shit.
Bloomberg was there before de Blasio too.
Yeah. See, the problem is, I think.
Remember Bloomberg?
Mike Bloomberg. He's very short but very rich.
Bloomberg, yeah.
He's long in the dollar but short.
He's very rich. He was a former Republican, right? He became a Democrat.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Bloomberg?
Yeah.
So when he was mayor, he was a Republican, though.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know
He was, but he ran in 2020 as a Democrat to be president.
Yeah, he's the
He ran in the, in the Democrat primary.
He's the stop and frisk mayor. Stop and frisk.
I remember he was putting out like some type of order, executive order,
What?
like about that you. So I think they were putting a tax on big gulps.
On bagels?
Like big gulps, like from 7-Eleven, the big soda cup, big gulp.
Gulp.
Yeah. So like he was saying that they were too big to sell because it was bad for your health. Some shit like that.
So
yeah.
he wanted to tax them.
Tax them on like the amount of how big the cup was.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, he might as well tax all the street food in New York. You ever see videos of where they keep the
But
food?
it was supposed to be that these sodas were so unhealthy. That's why they were taxing it.
But the food trucks in New York, the places where they store the food, there's cockroaches and fucking rats.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
true. That's true.
But it can't be as bad as India, where people die from eating the street food. I was watching a video. Somebody sent me a video of street food in India, and there must have been like Hindus that don't believe in hurting any living thing, and they were allowing rats to crawl all over their food and eat their food, and of course shit on the food, and there were like the rats were on top of the pots, sticking their nose in the food, and then people weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
That is disgusting.
Wow.
That is fucking gross.
Not in America, right?
Oh my god.
You won't see that shit.
Yeah, because if the rats are doing that, they're also shitting. It's disgusting. They're very unsanitary. I hate to say.
You think that's why they smell?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I mean, the women are beautiful, but they're not.
But they have a bad smell though.
Maybe that's from the curry.
Yeah, it could be.
Curry in a hurry. I mean, I use curry, but I don't use it constantly. And also there's such a thing as soap and water. Like taking a shower.
Take a shower. You have to take a shower once a day, right?
Oh, you got to wash.
At least once a day.
You got to wash because body odor. It's funny how the armpits and the genitalia, even if you take a shower, if you don't use some kind of deodorant, by the end of the day, it starts to stink again.
Right. That's true.
I don't think.
Well, that's why they have deodorant.
I don't think those people in those cultures, I don't think they buy deodorant and use it. Use it consistently. I don't.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that they're too cheap to buy deodorant.
It's not cheap. Like a stick is like $6 now, right? $7.
I get the most inexpensive one called Brute.
I like Old Spice.
Brute.
I've always liked Old Spice.
Okay, Old Spice is more money than Brute now because they advertise now.
Yeah.
They got that guy, the black guy with his mother-in-law and the wife.
I don't know.
And the wife keeps using his Old Spice and he gets pissed off. Yeah. So now they get the advertising and the price went way up, like $10 for the deodorant. But the Brute is like.
It's always been a well-known one though.
Yeah, but what Brute is very inexpensive, but they don't advertise anymore, and it smells fantastic. And another thing that's great, I don't have to pay for it because my health insurance pays for it.
Oh, that's good.
It pays for bars of soap. It pays for shampoo. It pays for many fucking things. I don't have to pay for a lot of things.
Oh, yeah. So
Even some vitamins.
yeah, that's great. If I got it for free, I would use it.
You know, I look at it this way: if it's free, it's for me,
Mm-hmm.
and I take advantage of it. I get an allowance from the insurance company every month, and I stock up. I get out rubbing alcohol, peroxide. I get this. I get that. I get this. It doesn't cost me anything.
Mm-hmm.
I even get, instead of toilet paper, I've been getting the flushable wipes. You know, the moist. They're like baby wipes.
Towelettes.
Yeah, but these are flushable. You can't put the other one. The other ones you can't flush. You'll end up with calling the plumber. But you know, it does a good job of cleaning. You can really get into your anus, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you use toilet paper excessively, what that does is that causes a lot of irritation.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's
Why
paper.
would you use it excessively, though?
Well, it depends on what kind of a dump you deposit. If your dump is ample,
We always have both on hand.
the
Both
moist.
types. Yeah.
And I bought on Amazon because I got tired of the other ones. I got this special high-tech Japanese plunger, and it works. Because you know the cheap plunger, you gotta pump until you collapse in order to get it to work. You're like a but this one, and it's a done deal. Anyway, the dog is doing very well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What did the vet say?
All good. Yeah, nothing to worry about.
Getting antibiotic because you know.
Yeah, and she's taking an antibiotic pill.
Because
I guess for like a week.
Because the insects that you have in Florida, she could.
Yeah, I mean,
she could have been bitten.
Yeah, especially this time of year, it's starting to get real hot.
Parasites, ticks, jiggers.
It's crazy, yeah. All kinds of shit.
Flea,
I mean,
flea.
I could show you. You know, what's behind me here is looks like a jungle. You know, to the average eye, when you actually see it.
So this pooch was probably sleeping in the bushes.
I think like probably under cars, because I live right off the highway, and there's a few car dealerships on the same road. And like that would be right in front of me, and then in back of me there's like that neighborhood back there.
It's a blessing.
So it's a very congested, dangerous area. Honestly,
I'm saying it was pure luck and a blessing
that
she returned, because with all the things that could have happened,
the odds were against her, and like the fact that
you told me the odds don't look good.
Yeah. So that's pretty crazy. I would call it a miracle, honestly.
I mean, between the traffic of cars, between people that might steal her,
the snakes,
snakes,
you know, the coyotes,
the
alligators.
The alligators.
Like you said, somebody might steal her.
Yeah, she's a Shih Tzu, right?
Yeah.
All right, so she's a purebred.
Purebred. You can get like $1,000 maybe if you really wanted to push it. You know.
Yeah, but she's spaded.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody's gonna breed her.
Yeah, right. Yeah, man. So
it's very.
I was actually worried about that too. Like somebody that was just stupid and wanted to like pick her up and not even realize that she was spayed, and then, you know, try to like force it.
Those fucking idiots that went into your apartment without notifying you and your wife ahead of time.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm sure there are other people that might have cats or little dogs. I don't think you're the only one.
Hold on, James. I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead. All right. I'm going to see if I'm streaming on Daily Motion because it wasn't working before. What's going on here? This is nuts. Oh, jeez.
Here we go, James.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's the. Oh, I didn't know the can. Oh, it's a little baby can.
It's not a baby.
Oh, okay. Cigar City.
It's the same one.
Yeah.
You see that?
It looked very good when you poured it.
Cigar City. It's a nice looking cigar, right?
Guayabera. Yeah.
You know what the Guayabera is?
It's a guanabana. It's a soursop, right?
No, it's the type of shirt.
Oh, wait a minute. The Cuban shirt.
Yeah.
It's linen. It's made of linen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's right. It's a Caribbean Latin shirt. It's made of linen and it's very loose.
Look at that.
Very inviting looking. Very refreshing. And ice cold, right?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Oh yeah.
See, if I was on the beach right now, it wouldn't be ice cold unless I had a cooler. Could have had a cooler.
Well, what you would have to do is put those blue things like I have from the dollar store in the freezer.
What's that?
It's a blue liquid in plastic, and it's like it replaces ice cubes, and then they freeze solid, and then you just put them in
Look at this, James.
in a cooler. Yeah, and that's another fortunate thing too. Now you're able to get that.
So now Florida is it's illegal to sell marijuana in Florida unless it's for medical purposes. Governor Ron DeSanctimonious.
So it's illegal.
He was against the amendment to legalize it because he's DeSanctimonious.
Yeah.
Just like Donald Trump says, right?
Well, they do the opposite of what the Democrats do. I think it's like for spite. I mean,
But yet in his state, you can pick up marijuana basically without a problem. So how DeSanctimonious is he really?
I don't know.
Right?
He's I'm just trying to understand the logic of keeping it illegal when it will be better for the Florida economy if it was legalized. And he's Republicans are always big on businesses thriving, so the smoke shops would really thrive.
Because they don't want the smoke shops to thrive. They want big business to thrive. They don't want the power in the hands of the small local guys. It has to be in charge of a big corporation, and then that's who's going to make the rules. That's the point.
Interesting.
That's what happened in New York.
New York. So in other words, all the bodegas, all the private,
Yeah, but bodegas can't sell weed.
all the privately owned smaller businesses,
Yeah, they're asked out.
they don't do, in their eyes, they don't do anything for the economy of the city. And in the case of the state, the smoke shops really don't affect the economy of the state of Florida, so they're not prioritized.
Wait. No, I was talking about New York.
Oh, New York.
I was talking about New York.
What's going on in New York with marijuana now? I know in New Jersey,
It's like that's what I was saying. It was passed. That's legal. Whatever. It's all legal, but there's all this mumbo jumbo with the legalese of it all. Like the average guy, the average business owner can't go out there and sell marijuana. It's impossible in New York. It's just left up to the big corporations. So there's not going to be like a small smoke shop that's going to benefit off of it because they can't go through all the regulations and shit that's there. Yeah, it's messed up.
strange. I don't know.
It's typical of New York, though. It's a typical New York thing. New York government.
Well, it's sometimes it's hard to make logic out of their laws. Sometimes it makes sense. Like I'll give an example. You can get working papers at 16 or 17 years old, but you can't vote until you're 18. But you can drive and work at 17, but you can't vote until you're 18. But you can't drink until you're 21. Okay, now if you're an adult at 18, then why do you have to wait until you're 21 to drink?
Because there's even adults out there who are too young to drink. If you're 20 or 19.
Well, there's adults that
or 18.
There are adults that are middle-aged that are still immature mentally.
But those adults, when they were 18, back then they were allowed to drink. They were given the permission back then. Like your age, right?
Yeah.
By the time I was 18, it was already, you had to be 21.
Yeah, like the legal drinking age for me was 18. So I started going to bars and clubs when I was 18. And then eventually they raised it to 21.
Yeah.
And
That's what happened.
Yeah. And I was talking to the gentleman earlier about, you know,
Who could the concerned citizen?
yeah, they brought up the 60s and 70s and 80s, and I said,
60s, 70s, and 80s.
yeah, and I said, well, when I was in grammar school, we used to have real winters, which meant that if you build a friggin' igloo, snow fort, or a snowman, you had it all winter. And we used to go sleigh riding all winter. I told him about the flexible flyer sled.
You're talking about concerned citizen?
Yeah, he brought it up, and I said I had a flexible flyer sled made of wood and steel. You know, and the steel was painted red, and it was like a heavy duty sled, and we used to go sleigh riding, and
Like
but it
an
was
old school sled?
like an old school sled, and
With the red wood?
and I had a wagon that was made out of wood and steel.
Wow.
But we sleigh ride all winter because the winters were normal winters.
A lot of snow.
A lot of snow.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we were able to go.
No, where is this? In southern New Jersey?
No, it's still northeastern New Jersey. And then, you know, we go fishing. The water was clean and blah, blah, blah. So, and then I mentioned at one time there was a place to go like 6 days a week. We went out 6 days a week, 6 nights a week. There was
when you were older.
Yeah, when I was like of legal drinking age. So, you know, there was a place like literally, let me think.
So did you go to the city a lot?
Nah, only
New York City? No, not really.
There were a lot of places in Jersey to go that were packed, that were hopping. Let's see. Sunday was hopping. Monday, hopping. Tuesday, hopping. Wednesday, hopping. Thursday, hopping. Friday, oh, wait a minute. 6 days? No, 7 days a week. Oh, my God. And we would come home sometimes at like sunrise.
Mm-hmm. Then you went out again the next night?
Oh, my, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's wild.
Yeah, it is wild. And you know, and if you were just halfway decent looking, you can hook up easily. Like it was easy to hook up. There was no
like swingers.
Yeah, there was no man-hating feminist crap. You know.
No, it was starting back then.
It was starting, but like when you went out, the girls.
That's where it started from, though.
They acted,
those years.
Yeah, but they acted like they loved men, like they were into men. They weren't like male haters, like they are.
Like the purple hairs. The purple hair lesbians.
The purple hair. No, it was easy to hook up.
Yeah, it should be. It should be, right?
Yeah, that's the way it should be, right?
Like the 1950s, you know, you drive around in that. I remember like a '57 Chevy.
Oh, you mean like Happy Days?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, well, things were more.
I always wish that I could have a '57 Chevy. You know.
Well, my grandfather had all those.
I think my grandfather had a '57 Chevy back in the '50s.
You know what he had? He had a 50. Was it a 58 or 59 DeSoto? It was made by Chrysler. It had push button automatic transmission on the dashboard. It wasn't like sometimes it fucked up, but it worked. Most of the time it worked. It was a push button automatic transmission, but you know, gas was cheap back then. So, you know, you had this big heavy tank of a car, a big V8 engine, but gas was dirt cheap.
Yeah.
You know, and they had vent windows. Like there was, you know, there's the window and then there's a triangle window that was between that and the front windshield. And you could open the vent window, and the air would just blow directly on you. It was different, you know. It was oh god, the air conditioners were like huge and clumsy and noisy. I remember.
In the 70s.
Yeah, I remember the first like large air conditioners for a house. They were fucking clumsy. They were like big
They went in the window, right?
in the window or the wall, you know. But then there,
When I was growing up, we had one in the window.
but you know, some people had central air, but only people with
I didn't have central air.
big bucks
Yeah.
can afford central air.
I mean, you didn't need it in the winter. So
You know, our summers
the summers were hot.
they were hot, but not as bad as now.
Well, it's, you know, same thing in Florida. You know, it just gets hotter and hotter. They say so.
Well, when I was in Palm Beach,
I don't know why they changed the name from global warming to climate change.
Climate change.
When
why is that?
global warming was fine because it's true. But then I guess there was a couple of things where people were like, "Oh, like the temperature somewhere got really cold, like a crazy winter storm," and and then people were like, "Oh, what happened to global warming? I guess it's like global cooling now."
Global cooling.
And then these stupid I guess there's scientists. They were like so insulted that they changed the name from global warming to climate change now.
Yeah, I know. They keep on.
It's like have some backbone, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous how they keep changing the names.
Raisin balls, just you know.
Raisin ball, and then you know, and then there was the thing where you know they had to take Aunt Jemima off the pancake syrup and the Eskimo pie. The Eskimo had to come off the ice cream.
And then they changed the baseball team.
Yeah, then the baseball team, the Washington Redskins have this horrible stenciled W on the side of their helmet. It looks horrible.
It's still there. I think they still have that.
But you know, now the Native Americans want the logo. They don't want the name Redskins. They want the logo back on the helmet because that was a famous Native American chief.
And they replace it with a W.
And they replace it with an ugly W.
Fucking W.
It looks like a stenciled W.
Yeah, it's bad.
You know, I mean,
very bad, very bad, very bad.
I mean, you know, the Washington Nationals have a W, but at least it's a little fancy W.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's and the Cleveland Guardians, you know, they had that nice smiling.
What are they guarding? I never understood what were they guarding.
You know what the Guardians are? They're these statues that are on a famous bridge.
I know.
In Cleveland, but who fuck eats
No,
it?
but I think I told you that.
It's not inspirational.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's so stupid, man.
You know,
fucking Guardians.
What did you say they should call it? The Cleveland insurgents, insurrectionists, or so?
Did I say that?
No, it's something to do with COVID-19.
I don't know.
Insurrection.
I try not to talk about that anymore.
Yeah, let's not talk about it before they take the show off the air.
Yeah.
Insurgents or
the insurrectionists, maybe. The insurrection.
Yeah, so the thing is, they had that nice smiling Indian, the big smile on his face.
And then the big-breasted black woman, that was Aunt Jemima.
Well, she was fat.
What?
She looked like the wife from Good Times, you know, Esther Roll, you know, the one who played the mother.
I don't really even know the show.
The point is, so what? So what?
Yeah, so what?
Why do they have to do that? And why do they have to vandalize historic landmarks in the South?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a Confederate statue
in the North too. They do it in the North too.
Like Stonewall Jackson. It's
They were tearing down George Washington statues in the North. I think in Massachusetts they were doing that.
Wait, George Washington?
Yeah, yeah.
What,
It's
what,
not just Confederate
but
ones.
what problem do they have with George Washington now?
He had slaves, and he never let them free.
But that was the lifestyle back then.
That's what they're saying, man. It's
They
crazy.
all had slaves. They were all landowners, rich white landowners. Thomas
I know.
Jefferson, you know, that was the life back then. You know, that was you know, that was how they lived.
This is how we do.
This is how we do it. This is how we do it. You know, people have thin skin. That's the problem. They got to lighten up. People have to learn to lighten up and not be so thin-skinned.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You know. Well, I don't see.
Where's Paul to the wall?
Yeah,
Where the fuck is he?
I don't know. Where's anybody except us? See, look, Daily Motion. I'm supposed to be streaming to Daily Motion and YouTube. Well, we're on YouTube, but where the hell is?
I don't know, James.
I don't know.
Idea.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. It says,
when are the Yankees playing tomorrow? 1:00. Who are they playing?
Are they still playing Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh? Are they? I think they're in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, didn't they win? They win the first 2 games.
I think so. Yankees are on a tear, man.
But the Diamondbacks
fucked them up.
Fucked them up. They won 1 game out of 3.
Yeah.
But the Yankees had a good lead in those first 2 games, and they screwed up on the lead.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and they almost lost their lead in the last game.
They did. Yeah, that was yesterday, right?
It was like 9-7.
Mm-hmm. It was 9-2, and then 9-3, 9-5.
This is why I'm always bitching about the Yankee pitching. I'm always bitching about the pitching because.
Well, you know what happened in 2001, right?
What's that? Brian Cashman got hired. What happened?
No. The Diamondbacks beat the Yankees
in the World
Series.
That's right. And also
2001.
And also the Marlins beat the Yankees in the World Series
in 2003.
Yeah, and then the owner sold off players.
Right.
Just like the owner of the Red Sox sold off when they won the World Series. I mean, with the Marlins, I don't know why. You know, I mean, it's almost like he didn't give a fuck about the Marlins fans.
He didn't. That's the sad part, and
yeah,
that's why the Marlins fans don't give a fuck about them, because they've always been betrayed by everything.
That's why the stadium in Miami,
they have no trust in the ownership.
The stadium is never packed. It's like
it's barely, people barely go.
There's hardly any people.
There's nobody there.
Yeah, it's
terrible.
What is that? The Art Deco Stadium.
Art Deco. It's a beautiful stadium.
Yeah,
I've been there.
Orange and turquoise blue, whatever.
It's beautiful, and especially if the roof is down. If they have the roof open, like this time of year, April, May, it's a beautiful stadium. Then in the summertime they close the roof, so then it looks more like a spaceship kind of thing.
It's too high,
yeah.
Yeah, it's too high. I think Seattle has a dome, or a lot of the stadiums have retractable domes.
The Mets owner was talking about doing it, but I don't think anything ever went through to
Yeah,
put it on City Field.
but the weather in New York is not as brutal as, let's say, Arizona.
Yeah, yeah. I think he was thinking maybe for rain delays, try to maybe for efficiency. I don't know.
I mean, look at the poor. I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's sad that they lost their stadium, but look at them now. They got to play. They got to play out all summer, out in the open.
With the Rays.
The Rays have to play out
Yeah.
and on
They're not-
a Gulf Coast stadium.
I think they like it. I think they prefer it there over the Tropicana Field.
But is there breeze? Is it breezy at all? Or?
I mean, now it's not too bad, but it's only the beginning of the season. Right? It's the first week.
Yeah,
it's getting hot, quickly.
Unless I don't know if it's going to help if they have a lot of night games. But like
They were trying to plan, the whole thing out. So I think they were trying to put in night games and have the Rays play most of their home games in the first half of the season, because in the second half it's going to be like the summer months where it's going to be a rain out every day.
Did you know that when the Arizona Diamondbacks were a young team and they first started, the old stadium that they played in, it wasn't retractable domed; it was open, and they played mostly night games. They played mostly night games because so what are they going to do? They're going to play 130
But in Florida,
degrees.
You have more rain than in Arizona. It's different. So
Yeah,
you can have a night game, but it could still be a rain out. You get nighttime rain.
Oh yeah, the Steinbrenner Field, they're going to get that afternoon thunderstorm.
Yeah, I guess for the most part it happens in the afternoon, but I've noticed the past couple of years it's been getting later and later. Like it goes to 6, 7 o'clock, it'll still be raining outside.
But it's short.
No, it's not. It's not. It's been going from 3 to 6. That's 3 hours.
So instead
it's getting longer.
So, like back in the 1980s and 1990s, when I used to remember a very hard, strong afternoon thunderstorm, and then all of a sudden the sun will be out and everything will be dried up.
Yeah, but how long did it take?
That didn't happen.
How long did the storm take?
It might have been. It felt like it was a half hour.
Half hour, but now it's like 3 hours.
Oh, so the game will get rained out.
There's a good chance. Yeah. Or no, probably like an annoying rain delay. That'll be a late start. You got you're supposed to have a 7 o'clock start. Instead, you start at 9 o'clock. You're playing until 1 in the morning.
Shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be some shit like that.
Yeah. Well, it's also not only shit for the players, it's shit for the fans.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, yeah.
I'm
not gonna bother with that shit.
No.
I mean, if it's like a Friday night or
Saturday
night.
The thing with Florida rain is you could time it. It's like clockwork. You
used to be able to. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that now. The system is changing, James. A lot of people are saying this. That Florida's not like it used to be.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
In a lot of different ways, yeah.
Florida used to be so inexpensive.
Its affordability has gone up.
You live there,
and the natural nature of it has also changed as well.
I remember when I was a little kid, my relatives would say, "Guess what? I just bought some property in Florida. I got property. Everybody's talking about property in Florida. I'm building a house there. We go down there in the summer, and then when I retire, I'm gonna go down there and retire." Everybody's talking about that. So what must have happened is People all over the country were doing that. Let's get property in Florida. It's cheap.
Oh yeah.
It's reasonable. It's cheap. We're gonna property in Florida.
But what year do you think that was? You're talking about like the 50s?
No, not that old. No. So, no, we're talking about late 60s into the 70s.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was like a kid. Well, I was in high school in the 70s. No, actually, early 70s, I was still in grammar school. And then mid 70s, mid to late 70s, it was high school. Mid 70s was high school. That's right. And yeah, so when I was a kid, everybody's talking about property in Florida. Now, when my
They were talking about that when I was a kid too. It's always been something.
My grandfather,
people in New Jersey, New York, always talk about that.
In the 1950s, my grandfather actually moved the family, meaning my mother, her sister, and his wife, my grandmother, and my uncle Phil. They moved to Coral Gables, Florida, which was part of Miami. It's outside of Miami.
Yeah.
And that's when there was no riffraff at all.
No. When are you saying the 60s?
No, this was in the 50s.
Oh, the 50s.
So there was no riffraff. So they moved to Coral Gables,
Wow.
which is a beautiful place. And the problem was,
And it was cheap back then.
It was dirt cheap, and they had a big fucking house, and on a canal, and they had mango trees and everything. They loved it, but there was one big problem. He couldn't get a job because they were all calling him Yankee. Go back up north, Yankee.
But you have to have a profession that is in demand. You can't just move there with not knowing where you're going to work.
Yeah, if you don't have a job set up.
That was kind of silly on his part.
So because a professional person is not going to have to deal with prejudice.
Right.
People fighting the Civil War, calling you Yankee boy. Go back up north, and
you don't need to hear that shit because they respect what you do.
Right.
You're a professional.
Yeah, if you're a professional, that's why you can't just move there.
No.
And you can't just move there and just get a job in retail and expect to survive.
You can't.
I mean, Mr. Clean happened to get lucky.
Mr. Clean, yeah.
He does maintenance at one of the.
So that's his profession. That he's a professional, Mr. Clean is.
Well, because he used to own.
Yeah, so that's good.
He used to own a landscaping business up
there.
So
that's his thing. He demands respect because of how professional he is.
Right. So he got this job doing maintenance at this big apartment and condo complex, and they pay him really well, and they give him a shitload of benefits, and he's happy. There's a big gym he works out in. There's a big pool. Him and his girlfriend, they go to hang out at the pool. Like you. Oops, where'd he go? Coming back? I don't know what to do. Should I change this? Because this ain't working out. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit, man. Connect. Yeah. My account is currently suspended. Oh, I'm still suspended for Twitch. Fuck you, Twitch, you piece of shit. How dare they? How dare they? How dare they? How dare they discriminate against me? So my account was suspended. Was suspended for Twitch, so I can't because I'm going I'm putting the show back on Facebook because Daily Motion is not working out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Daily Motion is not. It's not streaming.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. I said shake, rattle, and roll. I said shake, rattle, and roll. Oh, busting my balls, man! They're busting my balls. Because I got rid of Daily Motion. I'm going back into Facebook, so it'll be Facebook, YouTube, and I'm doing it right now. So I'm almost there. Your channel has been added. Good. All right, there we go. And there we go. All right. There we go. Now we should be there right now. Now I hope I checked the microphone, so we should be heard. Let's
Can
see.
you hear me now?
There we go. We're on Facebook.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you perfectly. Yeah, see?
Oh, that's okay. So
Yeah,
Facebook's good,
go
right?
back on Facebook.
Why what was the problem to begin with?
We weren't appearing on Daily Motion. And I couldn't go back to Twitch because I'm suspended.
Why? What'd you do?
I don't know. I guess I'm a bad boy.
You talking about the vaccine?
No, not that. I guess they don't like the deep subjects of truth.
Well, don't talk about race issues either.
I don't know. They didn't give me a reason. Bellhop. You know, I never.
So the walls.
I never let any bellhops in a hotel carry my luggage because then I got to tip them.
That's what they work for.
Right, but I can carry my
But
own.
you're acting like a Jew, James.
I can carry. Yeah, but I can carry my.
You don't want James. You don't want to come off
Come
like a Jew.
come on, man. You know I can carry my own luggage, man.
Don't be a Jew.
Don't be Senator Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, don't be Chucky Schumer.
Hold on, do I have any glasses here? Look, I think I do. Yeah, let me do Chucky Schumer.
Little Chucky Schumer.
How's this?
Ah, he's got the glasses. Yes. Yes. Oh shit! Yeah, you got it.
Little Chucky Schumer.
No, he never wears them the right way. Why do they always have to be down and his nose like that?
Because his nose can hold it. That's why.
He does it on purpose, motherfucker. He does, right?
Does he have his own designer glasses?
He does it on purpose, right?
Yeah, that's his trademark.
So come on,
But
give
he's
it up.
always his. but his glasses are always down there, and he never pushes them up.
He doesn't. He never does.
Oh,
he doesn't.
That would bother me if I had to keep it like that all the time.
I told you, James. He spoke at 3 of my graduations. He spoke at 3 of my graduation ceremonies.
Oofa.
Little Chucky Schumer.
Little Chucky Schumer.
He spoke at high school graduation.
Shit.
Associate's degree from community college, and bachelor's degree from.
Even that. Associate's degree.
So three degrees, or
So he humbled himself to speak.
He's very well known at least on Long Island.
Right.
Chuck Schumer does the graduation circuit. That's what he does. That's a senator, in the local area. He gets some stuff out there, and he's good at it, man. All the parents love him. All the parents love
He
him.
humbled himself to talk at a high school or associate's degree is only 2 years, I think.
Or a bachelor's degree. Also.
Bachelor's is 4 years of college.
Yes, right.
And a master's is 6 years.
So he's basically going around. He's the guy making the kiss the babies and shaking hands.
He does it.
He's very good at it. He's awesome, man.
Well,
he's been doing it since 1998.
He does
He's been a U.S. senator from New York since 1998.
But he does have a nice smile. I mean,
he comes off as a nice, older. And now he's older. I think he's 80 already, right?
Really?
I think he's in his 80s now.
He's very approachable.
Back like 20 years ago, he wasn't as old, but now he's getting to be like an older guy.
Yeah, but I didn't see anything wrong with his mind and his ability.
No. He's not like a Joe Biden.
I mean, like he's not going. No, I saw him the last.
No, he's not. He's not.
The most recent speech he gave, he sounded perfectly fine.
Some people can age well, and some people can't.
Look at Bernie. He's like you heard.
Bernie, he's all right. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi seems to be losing a step, right?
Oh, she shakes. She's like Klobuchar.
Like Klobuchar. Yeah, but Pelosi didn't used to do that before. Klobuchar always did it.
Yeah, but Pelosi's up there in years.
She's older than Schumer?
I don't know, but Klobuchar is not old. Klobuchar just doesn't.
Yeah, she has some kind of thing, but Pelosi they say she's drunk too. She likes to drink.
Yes, she does.
Does Schumer drink?
Doesn't look like it.
I think he does.
I think they all do more than what we think. I know one thing's for sure.
You think Obama's gay?
They get a lot of freebies, man. Those Congress people and senators, they eat good. Obama. Well, I saw some photos that were showed to me from the underground. It's hard to tell because they're able to finagle with photos nowadays, and you don't know what the hell's real anymore.
Well, you can tell if something is like blatantly fake, though.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you. If it's absolutely nuts that person would do it based on their reputation, and if they're doing something outrageous that's totally insane, I won't believe it. All right, I have a question. I know I ask people over and over. Is it possible to successfully smoke marijuana in a regular wooden pipe for pipe tobacco?
Yeah.
A regular wooden.
You smoke it just like tobacco.
Like you remember Hugh Hefner had the long pipe. He used to have that long pipe. Wood. So you could put marijuana in there and smoke it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you don't need the glass, the carburetor. I don't know why my sister calls it a carburetor. But
a carburetor, like a car.
Yeah, I says, why you call it a carburetor?
A car has a carburetor, right?
Yeah, why is she calling the glass marijuana pipe a carburetor?
I don't know.
Was that a Jersey thing, maybe?
Maybe, yeah, could be.
So, like, it's shaped like yours, like a bowl.
Right.
Well, they're all called bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, maybe a person can smoke pot in the corncob pipe.
You can. That's what I'm saying. You can.
Like, you ever hear of Missouri Mirror?
It's just like a tobacco. It's the same thing. So whatever you do with tobacco, you can do it with.
Yeah.
Smoke it in a pipe. Smoke it in a whatever the thing
Yeah.
Eric has.
They
Yeah, all kinds of shit, man.
they sell all those things just to make money. You know, like the hookah.
My grandfather used to smoke tobacco in a joint, just rolled up tobacco.
Did you see Paul's new gadget he got from Amazon? It makes joints like really
Nah,
in one push of it.
I don't know if I can trust anything Paul has. You know?
Oh, he was doing it. He was making them
Yeah, it just
on
seems like he's always doing something, different every day.
he's always
It's a lot, you know.
his life is not simple.
It's a lot to take in.
He had
The amount of things that he's throwing out there.
it's overwhelming. Everything he does and everything he says is overwhelming.
Overwhelming.
There's never a dull moment with Paul.
No.
Non-stop action, non-stop drama. Bing, 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 bing. I says, Paul, I feel like a woodpecker is fucking pecking my skull, man. I feel like a woodpecker's going like. I says,
You think it's just for show, or you think it's real?
it might be for show. I told him you got to chill out. You got to chill. No wonder I heard a bing on the ground. One of my one of my snaps came off.
Yeah, I think it might be for show, James.
I think he well, he really doesn't stop. I mean, like on
He
TikTok,
gets very excited.
but it's like it's perpetual motion. It's like what's going on? No, that's not it. That's not it. No, that's not it. Oh, the calamari. Oh, my favorite one. The calamari came loose. Oh, can't have that, man. That's my favorite. Calamari. My calamari.
It's a beautiful night here, I gotta say.
Is it a little dry?
A little bit. It's probably like 75, 80 though.
Cause it's been chilly up here.
I saw in the Mets game, everybody had a blanket and shit. I was like, oh man. I think the baseball season, MLB, starts too early.
You know, when the Yankees...
They should extend spring training like 2 weeks at least, I think.
When the Yankees, before they left for Pittsburgh, they had these, they looked like nylon scarves around their neck. It covered their whole neck, and then one of them had their mouth covered with it. They pulled it up.
Yeah, because it was cold.
Yeah. And I noticed they kept on, like the pitcher kept on, doing this, shaking the hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a few of the guys on the Mets had the face covering tonight.
Yeah, that's it. Can you imagine the Dominicans that are used to that tropical weather?
Well, there's one guy that they were saying he was from Florida, brought up in Florida, on the Mets, and he had the face covering on his face. Vientos.
And he's not from the Caribbean. He's
from Florida.
He's from Florida. And, I wonder.
Now he's playing. That was in New York, and then the pitcher, they said he was from Ohio, so they were like, he's faced he's many cold winters.
I wonder where they put Spencer Jones. Is he back in Double A?
Spencer Jones from the Yankees?
Yeah, if he's in, I wonder if they put him in Triple A or Double A. Because he was in Double A last year.
They might have put him in Single A.
Single A's pretty bad.
It's not bad.
No.
Any of the A's, you have a chance, right? Single A, double A, triple
Well,
A.
the reason why he stood in Double A all season last year is because his strikeout record was not good. He strikes out too much, and I don't understand.
So let me tell you this, Shane.
The trainer should be working with these guys, man.
The Phillies team that plays their spring training games here in Clearwater, right? They play spring training, then they play in Philadelphia. Then when they leave, they have a minor league team affiliated with the Phillies.
Oh, really?
They are a single A team.
Oh.
And they play in Clearwater at the same stadium.
So the Phillies single A is in the stadium that they have.
Right. That they have spring training, right? And the same thing with the Yankees. Yankees is the same thing.
So their single A is in Steinbrenner Field.
Right, exactly.
Okay, well, it can't be in Steinbrenner Field now. I have to tell you, it's got to be somewhere else.
No, I think it still is. They worked out the schedule with the Rays.
Okay, so the single A games are not conflicting with the Rays schedule.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of very interesting, right? The whole situation.
Yeah. Well, it was nice they had a big sign out front that said "Thank you, Yankee."
Yeah. Well, that was it was a good gesture. It's all friendly and
Yeah.
because the Yankees really they didn't have to reach out like that, and offer the stadium to them.
Yeah. No, they probably felt bad, and
Yeah.
yeah. Well, okay, where else they can't play in any other.
Then maybe they would have went to like Orlando. I don't know.
Yeah, because a lot of these parks are like rinky dink, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think the Yankees really saved them, at least for the season.
Yeah.
It was a pretty nice gesture to do to like a rival of yours.
So Steinbrenner Field is one of, if not the biggest, spring training or minor league camp
Steinbrenner Field is the biggest minor league stadium
in the country, probably.
Yeah, I think it's in the country.
Yeah. The only thing the Rays have to get used to is they have a very small foul territory. Their foul territory is small, so which means there's going to be a lot of foul balls not being caught, but going into the stands.
Yeah.
Why? What do you like?
I'm just thinking about them playing there. It just seems funny.
Oh, you mean the Rays play? Why?
Yeah, because they're playing with the sun shining down. It's actually pretty nice because in Tropicana Field it was a dome.
Well,
the Rays have never played outside before.
Now, is the outfield, in other words, where is the ocean in relation to Steinbrenner Field? Is the ocean over the outfield bleachers, or is the ocean behind home plate? Like.
Well, there's no ocean.
It's an inland stadium.
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
And then whatever water is there, it's a bay, Tampa Bay.
I mean, what direction does the breeze normally blow there? Like, does it from the north?
I don't know.
Because if I was an architect to have a stadium built, I would determine what direction does the breeze blow mostly, and I would build the stadium so the breeze blows towards the outfield to help with home run hitting. It only makes sense. Like let's take Chicago. Their teams are really in the shits. Comiskey Park, the new Comiskey Park. Well, Chicago's the windy city, so I would build it so the winds are blowing towards the outfield. Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. Trademark. Well, folks, we were originally live streaming on YouTube and Daily Motion, but guess what? The stream is not working with Daily Motion. It is not appearing on Daily Motion. So I changed it. I switched it back to Facebook, which it's working fine. Now, whether or not I can be heard, I would have to check out and see if anybody left any let's see. Nobody's around. These jabronis, these jumbalonis. Nobody's around. Hey. What? Oh, I get it. Whatever. What the hell's going on with this shit? Oh, where the hell is everybody? I'm still live stream on YouTube and Facebook, period. I'm sorry I couldn't catch you earlier. I guess you got to the warehouse too early. Period. I can imagine how boring it was waiting. Okay. Okay, folks. I think I'm going to bang up the shop here. I don't know. Ronnie didn't tell me if he was coming back. Anyway, anyone out there on YouTube or Facebook that has any issues they want to bring up, this is your place to vent. Any topics, big or small, it doesn't matter. We discuss them all. So, you want to vent, you want to complain, you want to yell, you want to curse, you want to talk about something nice that happened to you, something positive, it doesn't matter. Anyone has any topics they want to bring up, go right ahead. Oh well. I guess that's it. And this is why I always tell people when they ask me, how long is your show? When does it end? Well, I let the show wear itself out. The show will determine when, oh crap, I've been on for 4 hours and 9 minutes? You gotta be kidding me. This can't be true. Say it isn't true. Say it isn't true. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Ronnie, where the hell are you? You know what? That's it. It's time to go. Take it easy, everyone. Oh, he left. Have a very pleasant Sunday and a healthy and safe and pleasant new week coming up. And we'll see you next time on Progressive Discussions, Uncensored Saturday, Open Topic Talk. And don't forget that the last Sunday of every month, we do a show for the Facebook group, New Age Mysticism and Healing. And feel free to click like to it. And the show is the 5 forms of divination. And we do that the last Sunday of every month. Okay, and the forecasts are for the following month. Like the last one we did was for April 2025. Okay, the next show will be for May 2025. And we start off the show with the tarot card reading, followed by an astrological forecast, followed by numerology forecast, followed by I Ching, which is an ancient Chinese fortune telling, and then last, Chinese astrology, the 5 different forms of divination. And I kind of came up, well, I didn't kind of, I did come up with the idea on my own. And it was this very bright LED light bulb over my head, and I just had an idea. And it turned out to be very unique, very different, and a huge success. And all the shows are on my YouTube channel that I've done in the past. And also I share it to the page, New Age Mysticism and Healing. So I'll see everybody. I'll see everyone the next time I'm going live. Bye-bye.